Self-image, extended. This foundational chapter is where Ziegler begins to dismantle one of the most significant barriers to success, a negative or limiting self-image. He doesn't just theorize, he demonstrates, through compelling anecdotes and relatable examples, how our internal narrative dictates our external reality. Imagine a high-performance athlete. Their physical prowess is undeniable, but it's their unwavering belief in their ability to win, even when trailing, that often separates them from the rest. This isn't arrogance, it's self-efficacy, a deeply ingrained belief in one's capacity to execute tasks necessary to achieve specific goals. Ziegler would often illustrate this with stories from his own sales career. He'd talk about a time he felt discouraged, allowing self-doubt to creep in, and how his sales plummeted. Conversely, when he consciously focused on his strengths, on the value he brought to customers, and on his inherent capability, his results soared. The book challenges us to become architects of our self-perception. It's about replacing the destructive whispers of "I can't" with the empowering declarations of "I can." Actionable insights from this chapter. Self-talk audit. Pay attention to your internal dialogue. For 1 week, simply observe the quality of your self-talk. Is it critical, dismissive, or encouraging? Affirmation practice. Develop positive affirmations that are specific to your goals and perceived weaknesses. Instead of "I'm not good at public speaking," try "I am a confident and clear communicator, and I connect easily with my audience." Repeat these daily, especially when facing related challenges. I am statements. Create a list of I am statements that reflect the person you aspire to be. I am resilient. I am creative. I am capable of learning new things. Read them aloud every morning. Focus on strengths. Make a conscious effort to acknowledge your successes, big or small. Keep a win journal where you jot down everything you accomplish, however minor it seems. This builds a powerful evidence base for your capabilities. Visualize success. Before undertaking a task, visualize yourself successfully completing it, experiencing the positive emotions associated with that achievement. This mental rehearsal can significantly boost confidence. Control your inputs. Be mindful of the media you consume, the people you spend time with, and the information you allow into your mind. Negative inputs can erode a positive self-image, while positive inputs reinforce it. Ziegler makes it clear, your self-image isn't fixed, it's malleable, a muscle you can train and strengthen. By consciously feeding it with positivity and belief, you create an internal environment where success isn't just possible, it's inevitable. Chapter 2. The Importance of Goals. Aim before you shoot. Extended. This chapter isn't just about setting goals, it's about understanding them as the very GPS of your ambition. Without clearly defined goals, Ziegler argues, we are like a ship without a rudder, drifting aimlessly at sea, susceptible to every current and storm. The energy and effort you expend without a target are largely wasted. This is where the profound difference between wishing and goal setting becomes brilliantly clear. Born to Win delves deeply into the mechanics of effective goal setting, moving beyond platitudes to provide a robust framework. The SMART acronym, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, is a cornerstone, but Ziegler expands on its nuances. Elaborating on SMART goals. Specific, not "I want to be rich," but "I want to earn $100,000 net profit from my business in the next fiscal year." The more specific, the clearer the path. Measurable. How will you know when you've reached it? Numbers, dates, observable outcomes. This provides concrete evidence of progress and achievement. Achievable. While stretching yourself is good, goals should be within the realm of possibility. This doesn't mean easy, but rather that with effort and a plan, it can be done. Unrealistic goals lead to demotivation. Relevant. Why is this goal important to you? Does it align with your values, your long-term vision, and your personal mission? If it's not relevant, your motivation will wane. Time-bound. Every goal needs a deadline. This creates urgency and forces you to plan backwards. Without a deadline, a goal is just a dream. The book also emphasizes the crucial step of writing down your goals. There's a psychological power in committing your intentions to paper. It transforms a fleeting thought into a concrete objective. Furthermore, Ziglar encourages us to visualize our goals, to feel the emotions of achieving them even before they manifest. This mental rehearsal reinforces belief and keeps the why at the forefront of our minds. Actionable insights from this chapter. Goal articulation session. Dedicate a specific block of time to brainstorm all your desires and aspirations. Then categorize them: personal, professional, financial, health, relationships. SMART your top 3. Choose your top 3 goals from each category and apply the SMART criteria to them. Refine them until they are crystal clear. Write them down and review. Get a dedicated notebook or use a digital tool. Write your goals down clearly. Review them daily or at least weekly. This keeps them active in your subconscious. Break down into steps. For each major goal, identify the smaller, actionable steps required to achieve it. This makes large goals seem less daunting and provides a clear roadmap. Identify your why. For each goal, write down 3 to 5 compelling reasons why you want to achieve it. These are your motivators, your fuel when the journey gets tough. Accountability partner. Share your goals with a trusted friend, mentor, or coach. External accountability can be a powerful motivator. Ziglar makes it profoundly clear: you can't hit a target you don't have. Goals give your life direction, purpose, and a tangible metric for progress, transforming your potential into undeniable achievement. Chapter 3. Developing a Winning Attitude. Extended. If self-image is the foundation, then attitude is the engine that drives your entire life. This chapter illuminates how our perspective on events, people, and circumstances profoundly shapes our reality. It's not the event itself, Ziglar reminds us, but our response to the event that truly matters. 2 individuals can face the exact same challenge, a job loss, a business setback, a personal disappointment, and emerge with wildly different outcomes, purely based on their attitude. Born to Win makes a compelling case that attitude is a choice, a conscious decision we make every moment of every day. It's not about being naively optimistic in the face of hardship, but about choosing resilience, seeking lessons, and maintaining hope. Ziglar often used the analogy of a thermostat. Your attitude sets the emotional temperature of your life. If your thermostat is set to negative, every external event will be interpreted through that lens. If it's set to positive, you'll seek out opportunities, solutions, and silver linings. The book might feature stories of individuals who, despite unimaginable adversity, perhaps a physical disability, a devastating loss, or systemic discrimination, chose an attitude of perseverance and triumph. These aren't just inspirational tales, they are practical demonstrations of the human spirit's power when fueled by a winning attitude. Actionable insights from this chapter. Attitude check-in. Throughout your day, pause and ask yourself, what is my current attitude towards this situation, person, or task? Consciously shift it if it's negative. Gratitude practice. Start and end your day by listing things you are genuinely grateful for. Gratitude is a powerful antidote to negativity and helps cultivate an appreciative mindset. Positive inputs. Actively seek out positive influences. Read uplifting books, listen to motivational podcasts, watch inspiring documentaries. Just as you protect your physical health, protect your mental environment. Limit negative exposure. Be mindful of exposure to news, social media, or individuals who consistently drain your energy or promote cynicism. While staying informed is important, endless exposure to negativity can be detrimental. Reframing challenges. When faced with a setback, instead of asking, "Why me?" ask, "What can I learn from this?" or "How can this make me stronger?" This reframe shifts you from victim to learner. Associate with positivity. Surround yourself with people who uplift, inspire, and challenge you positively. Their energy is contagious, and a positive peer group can reinforce your own winning attitude. Morning routine rituals. Begin your day with rituals that set a positive tone: meditation, exercise, reading inspiring material, listening to uplifting music. Ziegler's wisdom here is timeless. Your attitude, not your aptitude, will determine your altitude. By intentionally cultivating a winning attitude, you create an internal compass that consistently points you toward success.
Chapter 4: The Power of Persistence and Resilience, Extended. If there's one universal truth about achieving anything worthwhile, it's that there will be obstacles, setbacks, and moments of doubt. This chapter is the ultimate pep talk, equipping you with the mental toughness and unwavering resolve needed to navigate the inevitable challenges on the path to success. Born to Win powerfully asserts that success is not the absence of failure, but the willingness to get back up one more time than you fall down. Ziegler often uses the analogy of a boxer. They get hit, they get knocked down, but a true champion gets back up, learns from the blow, and keeps fighting. This chapter is a masterclass in developing that champion spirit. It distinguishes between a temporary setback and true failure, emphasizing that only giving up constitutes failure. The book might share historical anecdotes of prolific inventors who endured hundreds, even thousands of failed experiments before a breakthrough, or legendary entrepreneurs who faced bankruptcy multiple times before building empires. These aren't just feel-good stories. They illustrate a critical principle. Persistence isn't just about trying hard. It's about trying smart, learning from each attempt, and adapting your approach without abandoning your ultimate goal. Actionable insights from this chapter. Embrace the no. See every no or rejection not as a closed door, but as redirection or as a step closer to the eventual yes. Track your rejections and celebrate each one as proof you were taking action. Learn from failure. After a setback, conduct a post-mortem. What went wrong? What could have been done differently? What specific lesson can be extracted? Turn failures into valuable data points. Break down overwhelming tasks. Sometimes a lack of persistence stems from feeling overwhelmed. Break down large goals or tasks into minute, manageable steps. Focus only on the next small step. Develop a bounce-back routine. Create a personal routine for when you face a setback, a specific uplifting song, a brief walk, a call to a trusted mentor, reviewing your why. This helps you regain perspective quickly. Focus on process, not just outcome. While outcomes are important, focus your daily energy on consistently executing the process. When you commit to the process, persistence becomes a natural byproduct. Positive self-talk during adversity. When things are tough, be your own best cheerleader. Remind yourself of past triumphs, your strengths, and your enduring capability. Maintain your vision. During challenging times, revisit your goals and the powerful reasons behind them. Visualizing your eventual success can be a strong motivator to persist. Ziegler leaves us with an enduring truth. The top of the mountain is where you find the view, not where you find the answers. You have to climb. Persistence and resilience are the ropes and harnesses that get you to the summit. Chapter 5:
Building Effective Relationships, Extended. This chapter is a profound reminder that success is rarely a solitary endeavor. Whether in business, career, or personal life, our ability to connect, communicate, and collaborate with others is an indispensable skill. Ziegler's famous adage, "You can have everything in life you want if you will just help enough other people get what they want," is the cornerstone of this philosophy. It's a testament to the power of servant leadership and genuine human connection. The book emphasizes that building strong relationships is not about manipulation or networking for personal gain, but about genuine interest, empathy, and adding value to others' lives. It's about shifting your mindset from "what can I get" to "how can I serve?" The book might share numerous examples of individuals who built empires by focusing on their customers' needs, employees' growth, and partners' success. This chapter delves into practical communication skills, the importance of active listening, not just waiting for your turn to speak, asking open-ended questions, remembering names, and expressing sincere appreciation. These aren't superficial gestures, they are expressions of respect and genuine connection. Actionable insights from this chapter. Practice active listening. In your next conversation, make a conscious effort to truly listen without interrupting or formulating your response. Summarize what the other person said to confirm understanding. Seek to understand, then be understood. Before offering your opinion or solution, make a genuine effort to understand the other person's perspective, their needs, and their feelings. Be a giver, not a taker. In all your interactions, look for ways to add value to the other person. Share useful information, offer assistance, make introductions, or provide encouragement without expecting anything in return. Remember and use names. Make a conscious effort to remember people's names and use them respectfully in conversation. It's a small gesture with a huge impact on building rapport. Express sincere appreciation. Make it a habit to regularly thank people genuinely and specifically for their efforts, contributions, or kindness. Verbal appreciation is a powerful motivator. Develop empathy. Try to put yourself in others' shoes. Consider their background, their pressures, and their motivations. This helps you respond with understanding rather than judgment. Build your dream team. Identify people who uplift you, challenge you positively, and support your goals. Actively cultivate these relationships through regular communication and genuine care. Ziegler's message is clear. You don't build a business, you build people, and then people build the business. Strong relationships are not just a nice-to-have, they are the bedrock of lasting success and profound fulfillment. Chapter 6. The Habits of Highly Successful People. Extended. This chapter is a deep dive into the practical routines and consistent actions that differentiate those who achieve extraordinary success from those who merely wish for it. Born to Win emphasizes that success isn't a single event or a lucky break. It's the cumulative result of daily, deliberate choices, the habits we cultivate. As Aristotle famously said, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. Ziegler meticulously unpacks the common denominators found in the lives of top performers. These aren't revolutionary secrets, but rather fundamental principles applied with unwavering consistency. The book might highlight habits such as intentionality, starting each day with a clear plan and purpose, prioritization, focusing on the most important tasks that yield the greatest results, often using methods like the Eisenhower matrix or the Pareto principle, 80-20 rule. Time management, treating time as a precious, finite resource and structuring one's day to maximize productivity and minimize distractions. Continuous learning, dedicating time daily to reading, listening to educational content or skill development. Physical well-being, prioritizing exercise, healthy eating, and adequate rest as essential components of peak performance. Reflection, taking time to review progress, learn from experiences, and adjust course. Gratitude, cultivating an attitude of thankfulness, which fuels positivity and resilience. The key takeaway is that these habits are not innate. They are learned and cultivated through consistent effort. The book encourages us to identify the habits that would most positively impact our goals, and then systematically work to integrate them into our daily lives, often suggesting starting with one new habit at a time until it becomes ingrained. Actionable insights from this chapter. Morning ritual development. Design a consistent morning routine that sets you up for success. This could include meditation, journaling, exercise, planning your day, or reviewing your goals. Time blocking. Use a calendar or planner to block out specific times for specific tasks, especially your most important ones. Treat these blocks as non-negotiable appointments. Eat the frog. Prioritization. Identify your most challenging or important task each day and tackle it first. Once that's done, the rest of the day feels easier. Dedicated learning time. Schedule 15 to 30 minutes each day for deliberate learning, reading a book, listening to an educational podcast, watching a tutorial, or practicing a new skill. Digital detox moments. Schedule specific times to disconnect from screens and social media to improve focus and mental clarity. Regular physical activity. Integrate regular exercise into your week. Even short bursts of activity can significantly boost energy and focus. Weekly review. At the end of each week, review your progress, assess what went well, what could be improved, and plan for the week ahead. Ziglar's profound insight. Success is the maximum utilization of the ability that you have, and that utilization is largely determined by the consistent positive habits you build. Chapter 7. Maintaining a winning mindset through continuous learning, extended. In a rapidly evolving world, the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn is not just an advantage, it's a necessity for sustained success. This chapter is a passionate advocacy for embracing continuous personal and professional development. Born to Win argues that the moment you stop learning, you start dying, metaphorically speaking. Stagnation is the antithesis of growth, and a winning mindset is one that remains perpetually curious and hungry for knowledge. Ziglar often used the analogy of a gardener. Just as a garden needs constant tending, nourishment, and weeding to flourish, so too does your mind require constant input and care to stay vibrant and productive. This means actively seeking out information, challenging your assumptions, and exposing yourself to new ideas and perspectives. The book might highlight the stories of industry leaders who, despite their achievements, remain avid learners, constantly reading, attending seminars, and seeking out mentors. It emphasizes that learning isn't confined to formal education. It happens every day, through every experience, if we approach it with an open and inquisitive mind. Furthermore, continuous learning helps to maintain that positive self-image and winning attitude discussed earlier, as it builds competence and confidence. Actionable insights from this chapter. Curate your learning diet. Be intentional about what you read, listen to, and watch. Choose materials that align with your goals and expand your knowledge. Read broadly. Don't just stick to your niche. Explore different subjects, history, philosophy, science, fiction, to broaden your perspective and spark creativity. Listen to audiobooks or podcasts. Leverage commute times or exercise sessions to absorb knowledge from audio resources like Vibe Audiobook. Seek out mentors. Identify individuals whose success you admire and respectfully seek their guidance or insights. Even if it's not a formal mentorship, glean wisdom from their experiences. Attend workshops or seminars. Invest in formal learning opportunities to upgrade your skills or learn new ones. Teach others. One of the most effective ways to solidify your own learning is to teach what you know to someone else. This forces you to organize your thoughts and deepen your understanding. Embrace discomfort. Step outside your comfort zone to learn new things. Learning often involves making mistakes, and a growth mindset embraces these as part of the process. Ziglar's powerful message: you don't drown by falling in the water, you drown by staying there. Continuous learning is the life raft that keeps you afloat and propelling forward in the currents of life.
Chapter 8: The Power of Contribution and Legacy, Extended. This culminating chapter transcends individual achievement, elevating the concept of success to its most profound and lasting form, the impact we have on others and the legacy we leave behind. Born to Win argues that true, deeply satisfying success is not measured solely by what you accumulate, but by what you contribute. It's about living a life of significance, not just a life of accomplishment. Ziglar passionately believed that helping others find their success is the surest way to find your own. This isn't altruism for its own sake, but a recognition of the interconnectedness of human flourishing. When you lift others, you inherently lift yourself. The book might illustrate this with stories of visionary leaders who built organizations centered on serving their customers and empowering their employees, thereby achieving immense success and creating a positive ripple effect. This chapter encourages us to look beyond our immediate circles and consider how our talents, resources, and time can be used to make a positive difference in the wider community or even the world. It's about understanding that our purpose extends beyond personal gratification to meaningful service. The legacy we leave isn't just about financial assets. It's about the lives we've touched, the inspiration we've provided, and the positive changes we've helped to catalyze. Actionable insights from this chapter. Identify your unique contribution. What are your unique skills, passions, and resources that you can leverage to help others or a cause you believe in? Volunteer your time. Dedicate a specific amount of time each week or month to a cause or organization that resonates with you. Mentor someone. Offer to mentor a younger colleague, an aspiring entrepreneur, or someone in your community who could benefit from your experience and guidance. Practice random acts of kindness. Simple gestures of kindness can create powerful ripples of positivity. Lead with service. In your professional life, always ask, how can I better serve my customers, my team, my community? Support causes you believe in. Donate your time, resources, or advocacy to organizations working towards a better world. Live your values publicly. Inspire others through your integrity and commitment. Ziglar's final, powerful message: you were born to win, but to be a winner, you must plan to win, prepare to win, and expect to win. And the greatest win of all is a life lived with purpose, marked by meaningful contribution and leaving a legacy that inspires generations. Conclusion: your unfolding journey to victory, extended. As we conclude this comprehensive exploration of Born to Win, Find Your Success, the echoes of Zig Ziglar and Tom Ziglar's wisdom should resonate deeply within you. You now hold a more detailed, richer understanding of the principles that underpin not just success, but a truly fulfilling and significant life. This isn't just theory, it's a profound, practical philosophy for living and thriving. We've delved into the profound impact of your self-image, recognizing that the person you believe yourself to be is the person you will become.
We've meticulously mapped out the necessity of clear, compelling goals, understanding them as the very blueprints for your future. We've fortified your spirit with the unyielding power of a winning attitude, reminding you that your perspective is your most potent tool. Furthermore, we've armed you with the essential qualities of persistence and resilience, acknowledging that setbacks are merely detours, not dead ends. We've explored the art and science of building effective relationships, recognizing that true success is always a shared journey. We've illuminated the daily habits that create momentum and propel you toward your aspirations. And crucially, we've emphasized the vital role of continuous learning in an ever-changing world, ensuring your mind remains sharp, adaptable, and perpetually growing. Finally, we've elevated our understanding of success to its highest form, the profound and lasting power of contribution and legacy, recognizing that true fulfillment comes from giving back. Now the extended blueprint is not just in your hands, it's etched into your understanding. The next step, the most vital step, is yours, to translate this profound knowledge into consistent, purposeful action. Start small, yes, but start. Be consistent, be patient with yourself, and above all, hold unwavering belief in the magnificent potential that lies within you. Believe in your capacity to learn, to grow, to overcome, and to achieve things you once thought impossible. Thank you once again for joining us on Vibe Audiobook for this truly immersive journey into Born to Win, Find Your Success. We genuinely hope these expanded insights have not only ignited your spirit, but also provided you with clear, actionable strategies to unlock the champion within. If this detailed summary has resonated with you, empowering you with new perspectives and renewed motivation, please solidify your connection with us. Hit that like button to show your appreciation. Share this comprehensive episode with anyone in your life who seeks a clearer path to victory. And most importantly, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook. Your continued support fuels our mission to bring you transformative audio experiences that help you build the life you're truly born to live. Until our next empowering session, go forth, apply these principles, and prepare to win.
Welcome, Vibe Audiobook listeners, to a journey that promises to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Have you ever wondered what truly separates those who achieve massive success from those who perpetually strive for it? Is it talent, luck, unfathomable intelligence? While these can play a role, author Jeff Olson reveals a far simpler yet profoundly powerful truth in his groundbreaking book, The Slight Edge, turning simple disciplines into massive success. Today, we're not just summarizing a book, we're unlocking a philosophy, a way of living that will empower you to consistently make choices that propel you towards your dreams, almost effortlessly. Imagine if every small, seemingly insignificant decision you made today could compound into incredible achievements tomorrow. This isn't wishful thinking, it's the core principle of the slight edge. And by the end of this deep dive, you'll not only understand it, but be equipped to apply it in every area of your life. So, settle in, open your mind, and prepare to discover the secret sauce that can turn your aspirations into tangible realities. And hey, while you're at it, if you love what you hear and find value in these insights, please take a moment to hit that like button, share this episode with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative content. Your support helps us bring more wisdom directly to your ears. Now, let's begin our exploration of the slight edge. Chapter 1: The Beach and the Buffalo. Jeff Olson starts with a vivid analogy that immediately grasps your attention: the beach and the buffalo. Imagine standing on a beautiful beach. What happens if you take one tiny grain of sand and move it? Absolutely nothing noticeable. The beach remains the beach.
But what if you repeat that seemingly insignificant action day after day, year after year, moving just one grain? Eventually, you could move the entire beach. Now, picture a buffalo, a massive, powerful creature. If you push a buffalo with all your might, what happens? Likely nothing. You're simply too small. But what if you apply a consistent, slight pressure repeatedly over time? That buffalo, no matter how stubborn, will eventually move. This powerful imagery encapsulates the core of the slight edge. It's about understanding that massive results aren't typically born from massive actions, but from consistent, repeatable, seemingly insignificant actions performed day in and day out. It's the daily grain of sand, the constant slight push that eventually creates monumental shifts. We often look for the big break, the magical shortcut, the lottery win. But Olson argues that true, sustainable success is built on the mundane, the easy-to-do tasks that are also, crucially, easy not to do. Think about it. Waking up 15 minutes earlier to read a personal development book. Easy to do, right? Also, easy not to do. Skipping that extra cookie. Easy to do, easy not to do. Making one extra sales call. Easy to do, easy not to do. The slight edge teaches us that the accumulation of these seemingly minor positive actions creates an upward curve, leading to exponential growth and success over time. Conversely, the accumulation of minor negative actions, or even just inaction, creates a downward curve, leading to slow but steady decline. It's a simple concept, yet profoundly overlooked. Chapter 2. The Choice. This chapter delves into the critical moment of decision, the fork in the road we face countless times each day. Olson asserts that life isn't about grand, sweeping declarations. It's about the accumulation of moment-by-moment choices. Every single moment presents us with a choice to do the easy-to-do positive action or the easy-not-to-do positive action. Let's say you want to get fit. The choice isn't just go to the gym today or don't go to the gym today. It's more nuanced. It's about choosing to prepare a healthy lunch instead of grabbing fast food. It's choosing to take the stairs instead of the elevator. It's choosing to go for a 15-minute walk instead of watching another TV show. Each of these choices, in isolation, seems inconsequential. What's one healthy lunch when you usually eat junk? What's one flight of stairs? But the slight edge reveals that these tiny choices are like seeds. When you consistently plant positive seeds, they grow. When you consistently plant negative seeds, or no seeds at all, you reap a different harvest. The real power lies in recognizing that you have these choices every day, every hour, every minute. Olson urges us to become hyper-aware of these decision points and to consciously choose the actions that serve our long-term goals, even if they seem trivial. This isn't about superhuman willpower. It's about making a series of small, correct decisions that over time become habits and build momentum.
Chapter 3. The Secret. What is the secret Olson refers to? It's not a mystical formula or a hidden truth. It's the understanding that time reveals all. The slight edge isn't about instant gratification. It's about delayed gratification and the power of compounding. Think of a penny that doubles every day versus $1 million up front. On day 1, you'd take the million. On day 5, you'd still take the million. But by day 30, the penny, having compounded daily, would be worth over $5 million. This mathematical principle applies directly to our lives. Olson explains that success isn't an event, it's a process. It's the result of consistent, positive actions compounding over time. We often get frustrated when we don't see immediate results from our efforts. We go to the gym for a week and don't look like a fitness model. We read a book and don't immediately become a millionaire. This is where most people give up. The secret is to trust the process, to understand that the results are accumulating even when they're not visible. Olson introduces the concept of the J-curve. For a long time, your efforts might seem to yield minimal results, staying flat or even declining slightly. This is the period of doubt, where most people quit.
But if you persist, if you keep making those small, positive choices, eventually your efforts hit a tipping point and the curve shoots upwards exponentially. This is the magic of compounding in action. The secret is patience, persistence, and unwavering faith in the power of consistent, positive effort. Chapter 5. How to Master the Slight Edge. This chapter provides a practical framework for implementing the slight edge philosophy. Olson breaks down the mastery into several key principles. Show up. This is perhaps the most fundamental. You can't achieve anything if you don't consistently show up. If your goal is to write a book, you need to show up at your desk every day, even if you only write a paragraph. If your goal is to learn a new skill, you need to show up and practice, even for a short time. Showing up creates the opportunity for progress. Be consistent. It's not about how much you do on one particular day, but how consistently you do it. Small, consistent efforts beat sporadic, monumental ones every time. Olson emphasizes the power of daily rituals and habits. Positive philosophical outlook. Your mindset is crucial. Do you see challenges as insurmountable obstacles or as opportunities for growth? Do you believe in your ability to succeed? A positive outlook fuels the slight edge, making it easier to stick with those small, positive actions, especially when results aren't immediately apparent. Embrace the process. Success isn't a destination, it's a journey. Learning to enjoy the daily grind, the small wins, and even the setbacks as part of the process is vital. Don't be fixated solely on the outcome. Appreciate the growth that happens along the way. Seek mentorship. Learning from those who have already achieved what you desire can accelerate your progress. A mentor can offer guidance, insights, and accountability, helping you navigate the challenges of the slight edge path. Surround yourself with positive influences. Your environment profoundly impacts your choices. Surround yourself with people who uplift you, inspire you, and embody the principles of the slight edge. Conversely, minimize exposure to negative influences that can derail your progress. Take responsibility. Own your choices and your results. Don't blame external circumstances. The slight edge empowers you because it places the power of change directly in your hands through your daily choices. By consciously applying these principles, you begin to master the slight edge, turning intention into consistent action and eventually into massive results. Chapter 5. The Power of Habits. Building on the previous chapter, Olson dedicates significant attention to the transformative power of habits. Habits, for better or worse, are the bedrock of our lives. They are those actions we perform automatically, often without conscious thought. Imagine if you could build equally strong habits around your personal growth, financial planning, or health goals. Olson explains that a habit is formed through repetition. The more you perform a positive action, the easier it becomes, until it eventually requires little to no willpower. He emphasizes starting small. Don't try to overhaul your entire life overnight. Pick one small positive action you want to turn into a habit, perhaps reading 10 pages of a book each day, or spending 15 minutes planning your next day. Commit to it consistently. Even if you miss a day, don't give up. Just get back on track the next day. The key is to make it so easy that it's harder not to do it. Over time, these small habits chain together, creating a powerful system that propels you forward. This chapter is a powerful reminder that our habits, not our intentions, ultimately define our destiny. Chapter 6. The 7 Principles of the Slight Edge. This chapter distills the entire philosophy into 7 actionable principles, serving as a powerful summary and a practical guide. Show up. As discussed, presence is paramount. Be there, physically and mentally, for your goals. Be consistent. Repetition is the mother of skill and the father of habit. Do it again and again. Positive philosophical outlook. See the glass half full. Believe in possibilities. Long-term vision. Understand that success is a marathon, not a sprint. Keep your eyes on the horizon. small actions. Don't underestimate the power of seemingly insignificant steps. They compound. Leverage compounding. Understand the J-curve. Trust that your efforts are accumulating. Mentorship and environment. Surround yourself with wisdom and positive energy. Olson reiterates that these aren't complex theories, but simple truths that, when applied consistently, create extraordinary results. He encourages readers to internalize these principles, to live them, and to integrate them into their daily decision-making process. The beauty of these principles is their simplicity and universal applicability across all areas of life, from personal relationships to professional achievements. Chapter 7. The Ripple Effect. In this inspiring chapter, Olson expands on the idea that your individual choices and actions don't just affect you, they create a ripple effect that touches everything around you. When you consistently apply the slight edge principles in your own life, you become a living example of what's possible. Your positive energy, your growth, and your success naturally inspire those in your sphere of influence. Imagine a stone dropped into a pond. The initial splash is your small, consistent action, but the ripples extend outwards, touching the entire surface. Similarly, when you choose to read that self-improvement book, it not only educates you, but makes you a more interesting person in conversations, potentially inspiring a friend to read it too. When you consistently pursue a healthy lifestyle, your family might start making healthier choices. When you show up with a positive attitude at work, it can elevate the morale of your entire team. This chapter reminds us that we are all interconnected, and our personal transformation has a far wider reach than we might initially perceive. It adds another layer of motivation to apply the slight edge, not just for your own benefit, but for the positive impact you can have on your family, your community, and even the world. It's about becoming a catalyst for positive change, one small, consistent action at a time. Chapter 8. Investing in Yourself. Olson dedicates a crucial chapter to the idea of investing in yourself. He argues that the greatest asset you possess is you. Your mind, your skills, your health, your relationships, these are the true drivers of your success. And just like any other investment, they require consistent, intentional input to yield significant returns. This isn't just about financial investment, though that's part of it. It's about investing your time, energy, and attention into areas that foster your growth. This could mean reading and learning, consistently consuming knowledge that expands your understanding and skills. Skill development, deliberately practicing and honing skills relevant to your goals. Health and wellness, prioritizing sleep, nutrition, and exercise as foundational elements for optimal performance. Personal growth, engaging in introspection, mindfulness, and activities that build character and resilience. Networking and relationships, cultivating meaningful connections with others who can support and inspire you. The slight edge perspective here is that these investments don't need to be grand gestures. It's the daily 15 minutes of reading, the healthy breakfast, the short walk, the meaningful conversation. These small, consistent investments compound over time, making you a more capable, resilient, and resourceful individual, exponentially increasing your capacity for success in all areas of life.
Chapter 9. Living the Slight Edge. The final chapters of The Slight Edge bring it all together, moving from understanding to implementation and a lifelong commitment to the philosophy. Living the Slight Edge is about fully integrating these principles into your identity, making them an unconscious part of who you are and how you operate. Olson emphasizes that this isn't a temporary fix or a motivational sprint. It's a marathon, a way of being. It means making the slight edge a lens through which you view every decision, every challenge, and every opportunity.
It's about embracing the daily grind with enthusiasm, knowing that each small positive action is contributing to a magnificent future. He encourages readers to develop a written plan, clearly define your goals and break them down into daily slight-edge actions. Track your progress. Seeing your consistency builds momentum and reinforces the habit. Stay accountable. Share your goals with a trusted friend, mentor, or group. Celebrate small wins. Acknowledge your consistent efforts even when the big results aren't yet visible. This reinforces positive behavior. And never stop learning and adapting. The world changes, and so should you. The slight edge is a continuous process of growth and refinement. Living the slight edge means cultivating an internal locus of control, understanding that your destiny is shaped by the small choices you make every single day. It's about empowerment, knowing that you hold the keys to your success, not in some grand, elusive secret, but in the accessible, easy-to-do actions available to you right now. Chapter 10. The Compound Effect, Expanded View. While The Slight Edge is its own complete work, it shares significant philosophical overlap with Darren Hardy's The Compound Effect, a book Olson references and aligns with strongly. This final chapter, or rather an expanded view within Olson's framework, truly hammers home the power of compounding as the engine of the slight edge. Olson wants us to truly feel the weight and magic of compounding. It's not just an abstract financial term, it's a universal law. He delves deeper into how seemingly insignificant actions, when repeated over time, create exponential results. Health. One less soda a day doesn't immediately make you thin, but over a year, that's hundreds of thousands of empty calories avoided, leading to significant weight loss and improved health. Finances. Saving an extra $5 a day doesn't make you rich overnight, but invested consistently over decades with compounding returns, it can accumulate into a substantial retirement fund. Relationships. A single kind word doesn't fix a broken relationship, but consistent acts of appreciation, active listening, and small gestures of love compound to build deep, resilient bonds. Skills. Practicing a musical instrument for 15 minutes a day seems minor, but over years, those cumulative hours transform you into a proficient musician. The key takeaway is that you are either benefiting from the compound effect in a positive direction, or you are suffering from it in a negative direction. There is no neutral. Inaction itself is a negative compound effect, as opportunities are missed and stagnation occurs. The visual of the upward and downward curves is re-emphasized. There's a delay, a period where nothing seems to happen, and then, if you stick with it, the curve explodes upwards. This chapter serves as the ultimate motivator, a concrete explanation of why the slight edge works, urging us to embrace its power with unwavering conviction. Conclusion. And there you have it, Vibe audiobook listeners, a comprehensive journey through the profound wisdom of Jeff Olson's The Slight Edge. We've discovered that true success isn't some elusive secret or a stroke of luck, but the inevitable outcome of consistently making simple, positive choices that compound over time. Remember the beach and the buffalo. The power isn't in the single grain of sand or the one push, but in the relentless, easy-to-do actions accumulated day after day. You now understand the critical choices you face daily, the secret of compounding that time reveals, and the 7 principles that can guide you to mastery. Most importantly, you know that by investing in yourself and living the slight edge, you don't just transform your own life, you create a powerful ripple effect that inspires everyone around you. The path to massive success isn't about grand, intimidating leaps. It's about embracing the gentle, consistent nudges that move you steadily forward. So what small positive action will you commit to today? What single grain of sand will you move, knowing it will contribute to building your magnificent future? The power is within you, waiting to be unleashed, one slight edge choice at a time. Thank you for tuning in to Vibe Audiobook. If this summary resonated with you, please show your support by hitting the like button, sharing this episode with friends and family, and subscribing to our channel for more inspiring insights. Until next time, keep making those slight edge choices and watch your life transform. Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, where we unlock the wisdom of transformative books to enrich your life. Today, we're diving into a timeless classic that has empowered millions, Norman Vincent Peale's The Power of Positive Thinking. Have you ever felt held back by self-doubt, fear, or a sense that things just aren't going your way? What if I told you that the key to overcoming these obstacles lies not in external circumstances, but within the incredible power of your own mind? In this immersive journey, we'll uncover practical, actionable strategies to revolutionize your perspective, cultivate unwavering faith, and unlock your true potential. Get ready to transform your anxieties into aspirations, your doubts into determination, and your struggles into stepping stones. This isn't just about feeling good, it's about fundamentally reshaping your reality. So settle in, open your mind, and prepare to discover the extraordinary power that resides within you. Don't forget to hit that like button, share this episode with someone who needs a boost, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more inspiring content. Chapter 1. Believe in Yourself. Imagine, if you will, a small, vibrant seed. Within its tiny casing lies the complete blueprint of a magnificent tree, ready to burst forth with life. But for that tree to grow, the seed must first believe in its own potential, drawing nourishment from the earth and reaching for the sun. Similarly, you, dear listener, possess incredible, untapped potential. Yet far too many of us live with a quiet, insidious companion, self-doubt. It whispers discouraging words, tells us we're not good enough, and convinces us that our dreams are too big, too difficult, or simply out of reach. Peale argues that a fundamental belief in oneself is the bedrock of all success and happiness. This isn't about arrogance, it's about recognizing the divine spark within you, acknowledging your inherent worth, and trusting in your abilities. Think about a time you truly believed you could achieve something. What happened? You likely approached the task with enthusiasm, persistence, and a can-do attitude, and more often than not, you succeeded. Now, recall a moment when you doubted yourself. Did you even try with the same vigor? Probably not. Self-doubt saps your energy, paralyzes your will, and creates the very obstacles it fears. The first step to cultivating self-belief is to identify and challenge those negative thought patterns. When a thought like, "I can't do this," arises, consciously replace it with, "I can try and I will learn." Peale suggests affirming your strengths daily, even if they feel small at first. I am capable. I am resilient. I am worthy. Repeat these affirmations with conviction, for words have immense power, especially the words you speak to yourself. Remember, the world often takes us at our own valuation. If you project confidence and belief in yourself, others are more likely to see it too. Chapter 2. A peaceful mind generates power. Close your eyes for a moment and picture two scenarios. In the first, imagine a serene, calm lake, its surface mirroring the sky perfectly. In the second, picture a turbulent ocean, waves crashing, churned by a storm. Which body of water seems more powerful, more capable of holding its course? The calm lake, despite its stillness, possesses a profound, enduring power. Similarly, a peaceful mind is not a passive mind. It is a mind that has harnessed its energies, directed its focus, and found its center. Our modern lives are often a whirlwind of demands, stresses, and anxieties. We rush from one task to another, our minds cluttered with worries about the past, anxieties about the future, and endless to-do lists. This mental noise drains our energy, diminishes our focus, and prevents us from accessing our inner wisdom and creativity. Peel emphasizes that a peaceful mind is a powerful mind because it allows for clarity, insight, and effective decision-making. How do we cultivate this inner peace amidst the chaos? One powerful technique is the practice of silence and solitude. Even a few minutes each day spent in quiet reflection, away from distractions, can be transformative. This isn't about meditation in a strict sense, but simply allowing your mind to settle, like dust settling in a still room. During these moments, you can practice what Peel calls emptying the mind of worries, even just temporarily. Visualize your worries as leaves floating down a stream, gently drifting away. Another crucial aspect of a peaceful mind is forgiveness, both of others and of yourself. Holding on to grudges or past mistakes is like carrying a heavy burden that saps your strength. Let go. Forgive, not for their sake, but for your own peace of mind. A peaceful mind is fertile ground for positive thoughts and creative solutions, much like a well-tended garden yields abundant fruit.
Chapter 3. How to have constant energy. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to possess an endless wellspring of energy, bouncing from one task to the next with enthusiasm, while others feel perpetually drained? It's easy to assume this is purely physical, but Peel reveals a profound truth. Much of our energy, or lack thereof, is psychological and spiritual. We often exhaust ourselves not from physical exertion, but from mental strain, worry, resentment, and a lack of purpose. Think of your energy like a battery. When you're constantly operating under stress, harboring negative emotions, or feeling uninspired, you're constantly draining that battery. On the other hand, when you're filled with enthusiasm, purpose, and positive thoughts, you're actively recharging it. Peel states that enthusiasm releases energy. When you're truly excited about something, you feel invigorated, capable, and ready to tackle challenges. To cultivate constant energy, Peel offers several key strategies. First, address your mental and emotional leaks. Are you dwelling on past failures? Are you holding on to anger or jealousy? These emotional weights are enormous energy suckers. Consciously release them. Forgive, let go, and focus on the present moment. Second, cultivate a sense of purpose. When you have a clear why, a meaningful goal or contribution, you tap into a deeper reservoir of motivation and energy. This purpose doesn't have to be grand. It could be the purpose of being a loving parent, an excellent colleague, or simply someone who strives for personal growth. Third, practice positive affirmations and visualize success. When you consistently feed your mind with positive input, you build a resilient, energized spirit. Imagine yourself completing tasks with vigor, feeling vibrant and alive. Finally, don't underestimate the power of faith. Believing that you are supported by a higher power, that good things are possible, provides a profound sense of inner strength and a limitless supply of spiritual energy. Chapter 4. Try prayer power. In a world that often prizes logic and tangible action, the concept of prayer can sometimes feel abstract or old-fashioned. Yet Peel positions prayer not merely as a religious ritual, but as a dynamic, powerful force for unlocking inner strength, achieving goals, and connecting with a universal source of wisdom and peace. Think of prayer as a direct line of communication, a way to channel your desires, release your burdens, and tap into an intelligence far greater than your own. Imagine you're facing a complex problem and you've exhausted all your logical approaches. Prayer, in Peel's view, isn't about passively waiting for a miracle. It's about actively focusing your mind, articulating your needs, and then, crucially, listening for guidance. It's a method of clearing mental static and opening yourself to intuitive insights and creative solutions that might otherwise be obscured by worry and overthinking. Peel outlines several types of prayer. There's the prayer of affirmation, where you declare what you want to achieve with faith and conviction. There's the prayer of thanksgiving, where you express gratitude for blessings already received, which shifts your focus to abundance. And there's the prayer of release,
where you surrender your worries and anxieties, entrusting them to a higher power, thus freeing your mind from their burden. The key to effective prayer, according to Peel, is sincerity, belief, and specificity. Don't just vaguely hope, clearly define what you seek. Then pray with absolute faith, believing that your prayers will be answered, perhaps not always in the way you expect, but always in a way that serves your highest good. Regular, consistent prayer creates a habit of positive expectation, a spiritual discipline that reinforces your belief in possibilities and provides a constant source of calm and direction.
Chapter 5. How to Create Happiness. Happiness, for many, feels like an elusive butterfly, beautiful, desirable, but always just out of reach. We often chase it through external achievements, material possessions, or other people. Yet Peel argues that true, lasting happiness isn't something you find outside yourself. It's something you create from within. It's a choice, a habit of mind, and a skill that can be developed, much like learning to play a musical instrument. Consider two individuals experiencing the exact same external circumstances. One might feel miserable, complaining about every minor inconvenience, while the other finds joy in small moments, expressing gratitude and optimism. The difference lies not in their circumstances, but in their inner landscape, their perspective, their attitude, and their habitual way of thinking. Peel emphasizes that happiness is largely a byproduct of positive thinking and living. Here's how to start creating your own happiness. Stop the complaining habit. Complaining, Peel notes, is a destructive habit. It reinforces negativity, drains your energy, and broadcasts unhappiness. Consciously interrupt yourself when you start to complain and reframe the situation positively. Practice gratitude daily. Make it a daily ritual to acknowledge things you are grateful for, no matter how small. This shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant. Help others. One of the most powerful ways to experience happiness is by contributing to the well-being of others. Acts of kindness, big or small, create a ripple effect of positivity that comes back to you. Cultivate a positive self-image. When you like and respect yourself, you're more likely to experience inner contentment. Address any self-deprecating thoughts and replace them with affirmations of your worth. Live in the present moment. Worrying about the past or future steals joy from the now. Practice mindfulness, appreciating the simple beauty of the current moment. Happiness, Peel concludes, is not a destination, it's a way of traveling. It's the conscious cultivation of a positive, grateful, and purposeful approach to life. Chapter 6. You don't need to suffer from hurt feelings. Life inevitably brings its share of bumps, bruises, and outright blows to our ego and emotions. Someone might criticize you, a friend might disappoint you, or a situation might not turn out as you hoped. The natural human reaction is often to feel hurt, resentful, or even angry. Peel acknowledges these feelings, but offers a revolutionary perspective. You don't have to suffer from them indefinitely. You have the power to choose how long and how deeply you allow hurt feelings to impact you. Imagine you're holding a hot coal. You can choose to keep holding it, burning your hand, or you can choose to let it go. Similarly, holding on to hurt feelings is like continuously inflicting pain upon yourself. It drains your emotional energy, distorts your perspective, and prevents you from moving forward. Peel asserts that many people allow themselves to be emotionally manipulated by others' actions or words simply because they haven't learned to guard their inner peace. How do you develop this emotional resilience? Don't personalize everything. Often, someone's harsh words or actions are more a reflection of their own internal struggles than a direct attack on you. Don't take it personally. Practice forgiveness. This is perhaps the most crucial step. Forgiveness is not condoning the behavior. It's releasing yourself from the emotional prison of resentment.
It's a gift you give to yourself. Change your reaction. Instead of reacting instinctively with hurt or anger, pause, take a deep breath, consciously choose a different response, perhaps one of understanding, compassion, or simply detachment. Strengthen your self-esteem. When you have a strong sense of self-worth, external criticisms or disappointments have less power to wound you. Focus on the positive. Dwelling on hurt feelings magnifies them. Shift your focus to positive aspects of your life, to gratitude, and to constructive actions. By consciously choosing to let go of hurt feelings, you reclaim your emotional power, allowing yourself to navigate life's challenges with greater resilience and inner peace.
Chapter 7. Expect the best and get it. This chapter introduces one of the most transformative principles of positive thinking, the profound connection between your expectations and your reality. Pio argues that what you consistently expect, you tend to experience. If you go through life expecting difficulties, failures, or negativity, you inadvertently create a mental magnet that attracts those very things. Conversely, if you cultivate a habitual expectation of good things, success, and positive outcomes, you set in motion forces that help bring them to fruition. Think of it like programming a computer. Your mind is an incredibly powerful processor, and your expectations are the programs you're constantly running. If you're running failureprogram.exe, you're likely to generate results consistent with that program. But if you switch to successprogram.exe, your mental energy, focus, and actions will align to produce successful outcomes. This isn't magical thinking in a passive sense. It's about proactive, faith-filled anticipation. When you expect the best, you naturally act with confidence. You approach tasks with enthusiasm and belief in your capabilities. Persevere through challenges. You see setbacks as temporary obstacles, not definitive failures, because you expect to ultimately succeed. Open to opportunities. You're more likely to notice and seize opportunities that align with your positive expectations. Influence others positively. Your optimistic attitude can inspire and encourage those around you, creating a more supportive environment. To put this into practice, Peel advises, visualize success. Regularly imagine your desired outcomes in vivid detail, feeling the emotions of achievement. Affirm positive expectations. Consciously state, I expect good things to happen today. I expect to succeed in this endeavor. Guard your thoughts. Immediately challenge and replace any negative or pessimistic expectations that arise. Act as if. Behave as if you already possess the success you desire. This influences your confidence and actions. By consistently expecting the best, you align your inner world with your outer aspirations, creating a powerful synergy that helps manifest your desired reality. Chapter 8. I don't believe in defeat. How many times have you heard someone say, I give up, or it's no use? The concept of defeat can be crippling, stopping individuals in their tracks, robbing them of their dreams, and convincing them that further effort is futile. Peel challenges this notion directly, declaring a powerful personal philosophy, I don't believe in defeat. He asserts that what we perceive as defeat is often just a temporary setback, a lesson learned, or a redirection. True defeat only occurs when you choose to accept it and stop trying. Consider the story of Thomas Edison, who famously failed thousands of times before inventing a successful light bulb. When asked about his failures, he didn't see them as defeats, but as discoveries, thousands of ways that didn't work. His unwavering belief in his ultimate success fueled his persistence. This is the essence of Peel's message. Failure is an event, not a person. A setback is an opportunity to learn, adjust, and try again with renewed wisdom.
To cultivate a no-defeat mindset, redefine failure. Instead of viewing setbacks as dead ends, see them as feedback. What can you learn from this experience? How can you improve your approach? Cultivate perseverance. The difference between those who succeed and those who don't is often sheer perseverance. Keep going, even when it's tough. One more effort can make all the difference. Maintain hope and faith. Even in the darkest moments, hold on to the belief that a solution exists and that you have the capacity to find it. This faith acts as a powerful motivator. Draw strength from within. When external circumstances seem overwhelming, tap into your inner reserves of resilience, courage, and spiritual strength. Learn from setbacks. Analyze what went wrong, adapt your strategy, and apply the lessons learned to your next attempt. Embracing the "I don't believe in defeat" mindset transforms obstacles into challenges and struggles into opportunities for growth. It empowers you to keep moving forward, knowing that ultimate victory lies in your refusal to give up.
Chapter 9. How to break the worry habit. Worry is a universal human experience, a persistent background hum for many, and a debilitating force for others. We worry about finances, health, relationships, the future. The list seems endless. While a healthy amount of concern can motivate us to plan and act, chronic worry is unproductive, draining, and detrimental to our well-being. Peel considers worry a destructive habit, and like any habit, it can be broken. Imagine your mind as a beautiful garden. When you worry, it's like planting weeds. They choke out the flowers, steal nourishment, and make the garden look unkempt. The goal is to replace these worry weeds with positive thought flowers. Peel states that worry is a complete waste of time. It doesn't change anything. It just messes with your mind and steals your happiness. Here's Peel's practical guide to breaking the worry habit. Identify the worry. Pinpoint exactly what you're worrying about. Often, worries are vague and undefined, making them feel more powerful. Analyze the situation. Ask yourself, is this worry legitimate? Is there anything I can actually do about it right now? If yes, take action. If no, move to the next step. Set a worry time. Designate a specific short period each day, for example, 15 minutes, for all your worrying. When a worry arises outside this time, tell yourself, I'll think about that during my worry time. This trains your mind to postpone and contain worry. Discharge worry through activity. When you feel a surge of worry, engage in a physical activity, a brisk walk, exercise, or a hobby. This helps to break the mental loop. Practice affirmations of confidence. Regularly affirm, I am calm, I am capable, I am protected. This counteracts the anxious thoughts. Seek spiritual support. Prayer and faith can be incredibly powerful in releasing worries, entrusting them to a higher power. Live one day at a time. Focus on doing your best today rather than being overwhelmed by an imagined future. Breaking the worry habit takes conscious effort, but the freedom and mental clarity you gain are immeasurable. Chapter 10. Power to solve personal problems. Life is an unending series of problems, big and small. From navigating complex relationships to making difficult career choices, we constantly face situations that demand solutions. For many, these problems can feel overwhelming, leading to paralysis, anxiety, or a sense of hopelessness. Peel's message in this chapter is empowering. You possess an inherent power to solve personal problems, and by applying positive thinking principles, you can approach any challenge with confidence and effectiveness. Think of your mind as a magnificent supercomputer,
capable of processing vast amounts of information and generating creative solutions. However, when cluttered with fear, negativity, and doubt, its processing power is severely hampered. To effectively solve problems, you need to clear the mental static and allow your innate problem-solving abilities to surface. Peel offers a systematic approach. State the problem clearly. A vague problem is impossible to solve. Write it down, defining exactly what the issue is. Gather all relevant facts. Avoid assumptions. Collect all relevant perspectives and potential variables. Believe in a solution. Approach the problem with the firm conviction that a solution exists. This opens your mind to possibilities. Visualize the solution, seeing yourself successfully navigating the challenge. This creates a mental blueprint for achievement. Pray for guidance. Ask for wisdom and insight. This taps into intuition and a broader perspective. Maintain a calm mind. Don't allow panic or anxiety to cloud your judgment. A peaceful mind is a more effective problem solver. Take decisive action. Once a solution becomes clear, act on it with confidence. Don't procrastinate or second-guess yourself unnecessarily. By consistently applying these steps, you transform problems from daunting obstacles into solvable challenges, empowering you to navigate life with greater skill and assurance.
Chapter 11. How to Use Faith in Healing. This chapter delves into a profound and often sensitive topic, the role of faith in physical and emotional healing. Peel is careful to clarify that he is not advocating against medical treatment, but rather emphasizing the often underestimated power of the mind and spirit as crucial complements to conventional medicine. He suggests that a positive mental attitude, coupled with unwavering faith, can significantly impact one's healing journey, influencing the body's natural restorative processes. Imagine a patient receiving medical treatment for an illness. If that patient approaches their treatment with a defeatist attitude, convinced they won't get better, their body's capacity to heal might be compromised by stress and despair. Conversely, a patient who maintains hope, believes in their recovery, and actively visualizes healing creates an internal environment more conducive to recovery. Peel illustrates this with numerous anecdotes, demonstrating how individuals, through focused faith and positive thinking, have experienced remarkable improvements in their health. Key elements in utilizing faith for healing include: believe in the power of healing. Cultivate a deep-seated belief that healing is possible, even in challenging circumstances. Visualize wholeness. Regularly visualize yourself in perfect health, feeling strong, vibrant, and free from illness. Affirm health and well-being. My body is strong and healing. I am getting better every day. Release fear and anxiety. Fear and anxiety are known to suppress the immune system. Consciously release these negative emotions and replace them with peace and trust. Pray for healing. Offer prayers for your own healing or for the healing of others, focusing on positive outcomes. Cooperate with medical advice. Peel always stresses working in conjunction with qualified medical professionals, seeing faith as an enhancement, not a replacement, for professional care. The mind-body connection is undeniable. By harnessing the power of faith and positive thought, we can activate our body's innate healing mechanisms and approach health challenges with greater hope and resilience. Chapter 12. When vitality sags, try this remedy. Have you ever experienced those days or weeks or even months when your energy feels depleted, your motivation is low, and life just seems to lack its usual sparkle?
This isn't just physical fatigue, it's often a spiritual and emotional sag, a loss of enthusiasm and zest for life. Peel understands this common human experience and offers a powerful remedy: spiritual revitalization, fueled by purposeful activity and a renewed sense of connection. When vitality sags, it's often because we've lost touch with our inner source of strength, our purpose, or our sense of gratitude. We might be caught in a rut, overwhelmed by routine, or simply feeling disconnected. Peel's remedy is not a quick fix, but a sustained approach to re-energizing your spirit from the inside out. The core of this remedy lies in reconnecting with your purpose. What truly excites you? What meaningful contributions do you want to make? Reevaluate your goals and infuse your daily activities with a sense of purpose. Practicing renewed gratitude. When you feel low, it's easy to focus on what's wrong. Consciously shift your attention to all the blessings in your life, no matter how small. This immediately lifts your spirit. Engaging in meaningful service. Helping others, volunteering, or simply performing acts of kindness can be incredibly invigorating. It shifts your focus outward and fills you with a sense of contribution. Spending time in nature. Nature has a profound way of calming the mind and rejuvenating the spirit. A walk in the park, time by the ocean, or simply observing a sunrise can be deeply restorative. Nourishing your mind with positive input. Read inspiring books, listen to uplifting music, or engage in conversations that spark joy and optimism. Activating your faith. Re-engage with spiritual practices that bring you peace and a sense of connection to something larger than yourself. This provides a deep wellspring of strength. By actively pursuing these practices, you can lift your spirit, rekindle your enthusiasm, and restore your natural vitality, allowing you to live each day with renewed energy and purpose.
Chapter 13. How to get people to like you. While positive thinking primarily focuses on internal transformation, Peel recognizes that our interactions with others play a crucial role in our overall well-being and success. This chapter offers practical, positive psychology insights into building harmonious relationships and fostering genuine likability. It's not about being someone you're not, but about projecting your best self and genuinely connecting with others through kindness, understanding, and respect. Imagine two people, one who is perpetually critical, self-absorbed, and negative, and another who is warm, encouraging, and genuinely interested in others. Which one are you naturally drawn to? The answer is obvious. Peel asserts that to be interesting, be interested. When you genuinely show interest in others, listen actively, and offer sincere appreciation, you create a magnetic field that draws people towards you. Key strategies for cultivating likability include: be genuinely interested in others. Ask questions, listen attentively, and remember details about their lives. Make them feel important and valued. Smile often. A sincere smile is a universal language of warmth and friendliness. It disarms others and makes you approachable. Call people by name. A person's name is, to them, the sweetest and most important sound in any language. Use it. Be a good listener. Everyone loves to be heard. Give people your full attention when they speak, rather than just waiting for your turn to talk. Talk in terms of the other person's interests. Find common ground and discuss topics that are relevant and engaging to them. Make the other person feel important and do it sincerely. Look for opportunities to offer genuine praise and appreciation. Be pleasant and enthusiastic. Your attitude is contagious. Project positivity, and others will want to be around you.
Ultimately, Peele emphasizes that genuine likability stems from a heart filled with kindness, respect, and a desire to connect. When you approach others with a positive attitude and a sincere wish for their well-being, you naturally become someone they are drawn to. Chapter 14. How to Draw Upon That Higher Power. Throughout The Power of Positive Thinking, Peele frequently alludes to a higher power, or God, as a fundamental source of strength, wisdom, and peace. This chapter explicitly guides the reader on how to actively draw upon this spiritual reservoir, transcending mere intellectual belief to cultivate a profound, practical connection. This isn't about rigid dogma, but about a personal, felt experience of divine support that empowers you to face life's challenges with unwavering faith. Imagine yourself as a device that needs charging. You have your own internal battery, your will, your effort, but there's an infinite power source available, the higher power, that can constantly replenish and amplify your energy. Peele suggests that many people try to navigate life solely on their own limited strength, leading to exhaustion, anxiety, and a sense of overwhelm. By consciously connecting to a higher power, you tap into an inexhaustible wellspring of resilience and guidance. How do you draw upon this higher power? Cultivate a belief in its existence. First and foremost, a sincere belief that such a power exists and is benevolent is essential. Practice consistent prayer. Prayer is the primary communication channel. It's not just asking, it's also listening, giving thanks, and surrendering. Read inspiring scripture or spiritual texts. These texts are filled with wisdom and affirmations that can strengthen your faith and connection. Practice silence and meditation. Create space for quiet reflection, allowing your mind to settle and become receptive to spiritual insights. Surrender your worries and fears. Consciously release your burdens, entrusting them to the higher power. This act of surrender brings immense peace. Live by spiritual principles. Embody kindness, compassion, integrity, and love in your daily actions. This aligns you with the higher power's essence. Trust and expect guidance. Believe that you will be guided and supported, and look for signs, intuitions, and synchronicities in your life. Drawing upon a higher power isn't about avoiding personal responsibility. It's about amplifying your capabilities and finding a deeper sense of peace, purpose, and strength that transcends your individual limitations. It's about knowing you are never truly alone.
Chapter 15. Put these principles into action. Having absorbed the profound insights from The Power of Positive Thinking, you might feel inspired, uplifted, and ready to transform your life. But Peele knows that knowledge without application is ultimately futile. This final chapter serves as a powerful call to action, reminding us that the true power of these principles lies in their consistent, diligent, and enthusiastic implementation. It's not enough to simply read about positive thinking, you must live it. Imagine a finely crafted musical instrument. You can admire its beauty, understand its mechanics, and even read manuals about how to play it. But until you pick it up, practice diligently, and make music, its potential remains untapped. Similarly, the principles of positive thinking are powerful tools, but they require your active engagement to produce results. Peele offers a straightforward framework for putting these principles into action. Start small, start now. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Pick one or two principles that resonate most deeply with you and begin applying them today. Practice daily. Positive thinking is a muscle that grows stronger with consistent exercise. Make daily affirmations, gratitude practices, and mindful problem-solving a part of your routine. Be persistent. You will encounter setbacks, moments of doubt, and old habits trying to creep back in. Don't be discouraged. Simply acknowledge them,
Recenter yourself and keep going. Persistence is key. Embrace faith and expect results. Believe that these principles work and consciously expect positive changes in your life. Your expectation fuels the process. Share your experience wisely. While not mandatory, sharing your positive experiences can reinforce your own beliefs and inspire others. Continue to learn and grow. Positive thinking is a lifelong journey. Remain open to new insights, refine your practices, and continuously strive for personal and spiritual growth. The transformative power lies not in the book itself, but in your willingness to apply its wisdom. You have been given the tools. Now it's time to build the life you envision, a life filled with confidence, peace, happiness, and unwavering faith. The journey begins with a single positive thought, consistently applied. Conclusion. As we bring our deep dive into the power of positive thinking to a close, remember this profound truth. Your mind is an incredibly fertile garden. What you choose to plant within it, seeds of doubt or seeds of faith, weeds of worry or flowers of hope, will ultimately determine the harvest of your life. Norman Vincent Peale didn't just write a book. He handed us a practical guide, a roadmap to cultivating an inner landscape that supports joy, success, and profound peace. You have been empowered to believe in yourself, to seek peace amidst chaos, to cultivate boundless energy, and to tap into a higher power. Now you have the tools to break the worry habit, solve problems with confidence, nurture healing, and build harmonious relationships. Most importantly, you've been empowered to expect the best and to never accept defeat. The journey doesn't end here. It begins now, with your conscious decision to put these principles into action. Embrace them, practice them daily, and watch as your world begins to transform. The power was always within you. Now you know how to unleash it. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. If this summary has resonated with you, please show your support by hitting the like button, sharing it with someone who could benefit from its wisdom, and subscribing to our channel for more inspiring journeys. Until next time, keep thinking positively, keep believing, and keep vibrating with the infinite possibilities of a life well lived.
Hello, Vibe Audiobook listeners. Are you tired of the endless grind, the daily commute, and the feeling that you're stuck in a loop, living someone else's dream? What if I told you there's a path to freedom? A way to reclaim your time, fire your boss, and truly live life on your own terms? Today, we're diving deep into Matt Morris's groundbreaking book, The Unemployed Millionaire. Escape the rat race, fire your boss, and live life on your terms. This isn't just another business book. It's a manifesto for a new kind of freedom, a roadmap for breaking free from conventional wisdom and designing a life of abundance, purpose, and genuine fulfillment. We're going to explore powerful strategies that have helped countless individuals transform their financial realities and unlock extraordinary lives. So settle in, get comfortable, and prepare to have your perspective shifted. By the end of this journey, you'll not only understand how to escape the rat race, but also how to build a life where you are the ultimate boss. Don't forget to hit that like button, share this episode with anyone who needs a dose of financial freedom, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative insights. Let's begin our journey into The Unemployed Millionaire. Chapter 1. The New Reality of Wealth and Freedom. Matt Morris opens The Unemployed Millionaire by challenging everything we thought we knew about work, wealth, and retirement. For generations, the formula was simple. Go to school, get a good job, work for 40 years, and then retire. But Morris argues that this traditional path is not only outdated, but often leads to a life of quiet desperation, where dreams are deferred and freedom is a distant fantasy. He introduces us to the new reality of wealth and freedom,
where the internet and modern business models have created unprecedented opportunities for individuals to build significant income streams without the constraints of a traditional job. Imagine a world where your income isn't tied to your physical presence in an office, where you don't have to trade your time directly for money. This is the world Morris invites us to explore. He paints a vivid picture of the unemployed millionaire, not someone who is literally jobless, but someone who has achieved financial independence to such a degree that they choose to work on their own terms because they love what they do, not because they have to. It's about having total control over your schedule, your location, and your financial destiny. Morris emphasizes that the internet has democratized wealth creation. No longer do you need huge capital investments, extensive infrastructure, or an army of employees to build a successful business. With a laptop, an internet connection, and a burning desire, anyone can tap into global markets and create income streams that were once reserved for large corporations. He challenges the scarcity mindset that often holds people back, replacing it with a vision of abundance and possibility. The key takeaway from this chapter is a powerful shift in perspective. True wealth isn't just about money, it's about the freedom that money buys, the freedom to choose, to experience, and to live life fully. Chapter 2. The Myth of Job Security and the Rise of the Entrepreneur. In this chapter, Morris systematically dismantles the long-held belief in job security. He argues that in today's rapidly changing global economy, the idea of a lifelong job with one company is largely a myth. Corporations are constantly restructuring, outsourcing, and downsizing, often leaving loyal employees adrift. The illusion of security can be a dangerous trap, lulling individuals into a false sense of comfort while their skills become obsolete or their positions are eliminated. He introduces the concept that the only true job security comes from within, from developing your skills, building your own assets, and taking control of your income-generating abilities. This leads naturally to the rise of the entrepreneur. Morris isn't just talking about Silicon Valley tech giants. He's talking about anyone who takes initiative to create value and generate income independently. He highlights the power of self-employment and small business ownership, particularly in the online realm. Think about a skilled graphic designer who, instead of working for a single agency, builds a thriving freelance business serving clients globally. Or a passionate chef who, instead of opening a traditional restaurant, creates an online cooking course and sells digital recipes. These individuals are unemployed millionaires in spirit, leveraging their talents to create financial freedom without being tied to a traditional employer. Morris shares compelling statistics and anecdotes to illustrate how the entrepreneurial path, while sometimes perceived as risky, often offers far more control and security than relying on a corporate paycheck. He encourages listeners to shed their fear of the unknown and embrace the entrepreneurial mindset, viewing challenges as opportunities and learning as a continuous process. The essence here is empowerment. You are responsible for your own economic future, and the entrepreneurial path provides the most direct route to shaping that future. Chapter 3. The Power of Leverage. Working smarter, not harder. This chapter is a game changer, revealing one of the most fundamental principles of wealth creation: leverage. Morris explains that traditional employment often involves a one-to-one exchange of time for money. You work an hour, you get paid for an hour. This model has inherent limitations because there are only so many hours in a day. To become an unemployed millionaire, you need to break free from this linear equation and learn to leverage your efforts. Leverage, Morris explains, comes in many forms. The most powerful in the digital age is systems leverage. Instead of doing everything yourself, you create systems that work for you, even when you're not actively involved. Think of a well-designed sales funnel for an online product. Customers discover the product, learn about its benefits, and make a purchase all automatically, day or night. This system leverages technology to generate income without your constant intervention. Another form is people leverage, often found in network marketing or building a team. By empowering others to succeed, you indirectly leverage their efforts to grow a larger enterprise. This isn't about exploiting people, it's about creating a win-win scenario where everyone benefits from shared growth. Morris also touches on capital leverage, where you use money to make more money, such as investing in real estate or the stock market. However, his primary focus for the aspiring unemployed millionaire is on the accessible forms of leverage that don't require vast sums of initial capital, mainly systems and technology. He uses the metaphor of building a pipeline versus carrying buckets of water. Most people spend their lives carrying buckets, trading their time for money. The truly wealthy build pipelines, systems that deliver continuous value and income long after the initial effort is expended. This chapter is a wake-up call to start thinking strategically about how to multiply your efforts and generate income passively rather than relying solely on active work. It's about designing a business and a life where your time is no longer the limiting factor.
Chapter 4. The Mentality of a Millionaire. Shifting your inner game. Before you can build external wealth, Morris argues, you must cultivate an internal millionaire mindset. This chapter delves into the psychological foundations of success, emphasizing that your beliefs, attitudes, and habits are far more critical than your circumstances. He highlights that many aspiring entrepreneurs are held back not by a lack of resources or opportunities, but by limiting beliefs, fear of failure, and a scarcity mentality. Morris stresses the importance of belief in oneself and one's vision. If you don't truly believe you can achieve financial freedom, you'll unconsciously sabotage your efforts. He encourages readers to identify and challenge these limiting beliefs, replacing them with empowering affirmations and a clear vision of their desired future. This isn't just positive thinking, it's about rewiring your brain for success. He also talks about the importance of resilience. The path to financial freedom is rarely a straight line. It's filled with setbacks, rejections, and moments of doubt. A millionaire mindset isn't afraid of failure. It sees it as feedback, a valuable learning opportunity to pivot and improve. Morris shares his own struggles and how he learned to embrace adversity as a stepping stone. Another crucial aspect is taking personal responsibility. Unemployed millionaires don't blame external factors. They own their choices and their results. They understand that while they can't control everything, they can always control their response and their effort. This mindset fosters a proactive approach to problem solving and goal achievement. Finally, Morris touches on the concept of abundance. Instead of viewing the world as a zero-sum game, where one person's gain is another's loss, millionaires operate from a place of abundance, believing there's enough success, wealth, and opportunity for everyone. This mentality fosters collaboration, generosity, and an openness to new possibilities. This chapter is about an internal transformation, preparing you to handle the challenges and opportunities that come with building true freedom. Chapter 5. Identifying your vehicle. Finding your path to freedom. With the right mindset in place, the next crucial step is identifying the specific vehicle that will transport you to financial freedom. Morris understands that there isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. What works for one person might not work for another. This chapter is all about self-discovery and strategic alignment. He encourages readers to start by exploring their passions, skills, and existing knowledge. What are you naturally good at? What do you enjoy doing? What problems do you love solving? The most sustainable and fulfilling paths often emerge from these intrinsic motivations. He reminds us that true work, when aligned with passion, feels less like a chore and more like a joyful pursuit. Morris then outlines several common and effective vehicles for building an unemployed millionaire lifestyle in the digital age. Network marketing, or multi-level marketing. He champions network marketing as a powerful model for leverage, personal development, and building passive income, especially for those with strong communication and leadership skills.
He debunks common misconceptions and highlights the importance of choosing a reputable company with a valuable product and a supportive community. Affiliate marketing. This involves promoting other companies' products and earning a commission on sales. It's a low-risk way to get started, as you don't need to create your own products or handle customer service. Think of reviewing a product you love on your blog or YouTube channel and including an affiliate link. Information products. Creating and selling digital products like ebooks, online courses, webinars, or membership sites. This leverages your knowledge and expertise, allowing you to serve a global audience repeatedly without creating new content for each sale. A fitness expert could create an online workout program, or a language teacher could sell a digital course. E-commerce, dropshipping, or print-on-demand. Selling physical products online without needing to manage inventory yourself. Dropshipping involves a third-party supplier shipping directly to your customer, while print-on-demand allows you to create custom designs for products like t-shirts or mugs that are only printed when an order is placed. Services, coaching, or consulting. Leveraging your expertise to provide high-value services to clients. This could be business coaching, financial consulting, life coaching, or specialized digital marketing services. Morris stresses the importance of choosing a vehicle that resonates with you and aligns with your strengths. He also advises against shiny object syndrome, encouraging listeners to focus on one vehicle, master it, and give it enough time to generate results before jumping to the next one. This chapter is a practical guide to turning your interests and aptitudes into a profitable, freedom-generating enterprise. Chapter 6. Building your foundation, the blueprint for online success. Once you've chosen your vehicle, the next step is to lay a solid foundation for your online business. This chapter provides a practical blueprint, focusing on essential elements that will ensure your venture is robust, scalable, and sustainable. Morris breaks down the seemingly complex world of online business into manageable, actionable steps. He starts with the absolute necessity of a strong online presence. This typically means having a professional website or blog that serves as your central hub. It's where potential customers or team members can learn about you, your offerings, and how you can help them. Think of it as your virtual storefront and communication center. Next, Morris emphasizes the power of list building. This involves collecting email addresses of interested individuals, creating an asset that allows you to communicate directly with your audience, build relationships, and promote your products or services. The money is in the list is a common adage in online marketing, and Morris explains why. He guides listeners on setting up email autoresponders and creating valuable lead magnets, free content offered in exchange for an email address. Content creation is another cornerstone. Whether it's blog posts, YouTube videos, podcasts, or social media updates, consistently providing valuable content helps you attract your target audience, establish your authority, and build trust. Morris advises focusing on solving problems for your audience and delivering consistent value. Then he moves to traffic generation. No matter how great your product or service is, it won't succeed if no one knows about it. Morris explores various strategies, including search engine optimization, or SEO, social media marketing, leveraging platforms like Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn to connect with your audience, paid advertising, using platforms like Google Ads or Facebook Ads to quickly reach a targeted audience, and joint ventures and collaborations, partnering with other entrepreneurs to cross-promote each other's offerings. Morris emphasizes that while these elements might seem daunting initially, they are all learnable skills. He encourages a learn-by-doing approach, starting small and continually optimizing your systems. The key message here is to build your business systematically, focusing on creating automated processes that allow your efforts to scale beyond your direct involvement. This foundation is what transforms active work into passive income. Chapter 7. The Art of Marketing and Selling, Connecting with Your Audience. Many people shy away from marketing and selling, associating it with pushy tactics or manipulation. In this chapter, Morris reframes these essential activities as the art of marketing and selling, emphasizing connection, value, and ethical influence. He argues that true selling isn't about convincing someone to buy something they don't need, it's about helping people solve their problems and achieve their desires. He starts by stressing the importance of understanding your target audience. Who are they? What are their pain points? What are their dreams and aspirations? The more deeply you understand your audience, the better you can tailor your message and offer solutions that truly resonate. This requires empathy and active listening, both in person and through market research. Morris then delves into the power of storytelling. People don't buy products, they buy solutions, emotions, and transformations. Stories connect with us on a human level, making abstract concepts relatable and memorable. Sharing your personal journey, testimonials from satisfied customers, or case studies can be incredibly effective at building trust and demonstrating value. He advocates for a value-first approach. Instead of immediately trying to sell, focus on providing immense value to your audience for free. This builds goodwill, establishes your expertise, and positions you as a trusted resource. When you consistently give, people are naturally more inclined to listen when you eventually present an offer. Regarding the actual selling process, Morris champions attraction marketing. This is about attracting interested prospects to you rather than chasing them. By consistently creating valuable content, building a strong personal brand, and being visible where your audience spends time online, you naturally draw in people who are already predisposed to your message. He also touches on the importance of follow-up. Not everyone will buy on their first interaction. A well-designed follow-up system, often through email marketing, nurtures leads, addresses objections, and gently guides prospects toward a decision. The essence of this chapter is that ethical and effective marketing and selling are about serving, educating, and building genuine relationships, leading to win-win outcomes for both you and your customers. Chapter 8. Mastering Your Time and Productivity, Reclaiming Your Life. One of the primary motivations for becoming an unemployed millionaire is to gain control over your time. However, many entrepreneurs find themselves working even longer hours than they did in a traditional job. This chapter focuses on mastering time and productivity, ensuring that your pursuit of freedom truly delivers it. Morris starts by debunking the myth of multitasking. He argues that trying to do too many things at once actually decreases efficiency and increases stress. Instead, he advocates for focused, deep work, dedicating blocks of uninterrupted time to high-priority tasks. He introduces several practical strategies for effective time management. Prioritization, learning to distinguish between urgent and important tasks. Morris often suggests identifying the one thing that, if accomplished, would make everything else easier or unnecessary. Batching similar tasks, grouping similar activities together. Example, answering emails, making phone calls, creating social media content, to minimize context switching and improve efficiency. Setting boundaries, protecting your work time from distractions and your personal time from work creep. This includes learning to say no to non-essential requests. Leveraging automation and delegation, identifying tasks that can be automated through technology or delegated to others, freeing up your valuable time for higher-level activities. This goes back to the principle of leverage from Chapter 3. Ultimately, this chapter is about intentional living. It's about designing your day and your work-life balance consciously, rather than letting external demands dictate your schedule. The goal is not just to make more money, but to create a lifestyle where you have the freedom to spend your time on what truly matters to you, whether that's family.
Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, where we transform profound insights into an auditory journey that resonates with your soul. Today, we're diving deep into a book that promises to revolutionize your understanding of wealth, happiness, and the often misunderstood dance between the two. Morgan Housel's The Psychology of Money, timeless lessons on wealth, greed, and happiness. Have you ever wondered why some people, despite earning massive incomes, struggle with financial peace, while others, with more modest means, build lasting wealth and live fulfilling lives? The answer, as Housel brilliantly reveals, lies not just in spreadsheets and stock market charts, but in the intricate workings of our minds, our emotions, and our unique experiences. This isn't just another book about finance. It's a deep exploration into the human element of money, the biases, the behaviors, and the often irrational decisions that shape our financial destinies. In this captivating summary, we'll unravel Housel's timeless lessons chapter by chapter, presented in a warm, storytelling tone that feels like a friendly guide is speaking directly to you. We'll explore why luck and risk are two sides of the same coin, the insidious nature of never enough, the true cost of financial independence, and the profound power of simply saying enough. Get ready to gain powerful insights that will not only change how you manage your money, but more importantly, how you think about life itself. So, lean back, relax, and let the wisdom flow. But before we begin, if you find value in these insights, please take a moment to hit that like button, share this with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative summaries. Your support helps us bring more profound wisdom to your ears. Let's begin this journey into the psychology of money. Chapter 1. No One's Crazy. Imagine you're watching someone make what seems like an utterly foolish financial decision. You might shake your head, baffled by their choices. But Morgan Housel argues that no one's crazy. What seems irrational to you might be perfectly logical to someone else given their unique experiences, upbringing, and understanding of the world. Our individual experiences with money are incredibly diverse. Someone who grew up in poverty will have a drastically different relationship with saving and spending than someone who grew up in affluence. Think about it. Your parents' financial struggles or triumphs, the economic recessions you lived through, the opportunities you were exposed to. All these factors shape your personal financial worldview. For example, someone who lived through the Great Depression might hoard cash even in times of prosperity because their past taught them the brutal reality of economic collapse. Their behavior, while seemingly irrational to a younger generation, is a direct, logical response to their unique history. Housel emphasizes that judging others' financial decisions without understanding their full context is a futile exercise. Instead, we should recognize that our own financial behaviors are equally shaped by our own peculiar experiences. This chapter is a powerful reminder of humility and empathy in the world of money. It tells us that there's no single right way to think about money, only ways that make sense to individuals based on their own unique journeys. Chapter 2. Luck and Risk. Luck and risk are two sides of the same coin, often indistinguishable in retrospect, yet profoundly impactful on our financial outcomes. Housel illustrates this with compelling stories of individuals who achieved extraordinary success only to attribute it solely to their hard work, completely overlooking the role of luck. Conversely, those who fail often blame external circumstances, ignoring the inherent risks they undertook. Consider Bill Gates. Undeniably brilliant and hard-working, but Housel points out a crucial element. Gates attended one of the few high schools in the world at the time that had a computer, and he had practically unlimited access to it. This was an immense stroke of luck, a rare opportunity that propelled his early genius. Many equally brilliant minds born elsewhere or a few years earlier didn't have that same access. The lesson here is profound. While effort and skill are vital, we must acknowledge the invisible forces of luck and risk. When evaluating financial success or failure, it's rarely 100% merit or 100% misfortune. It's a complex interplay. Housel encourages us to be humble when successful, recognizing that luck played a part, and to be forgiving when we fail, understanding that risk is an unavoidable companion in any endeavor.
It's about building a financial strategy that acknowledges both the things within our control and the powerful, unpredictable forces beyond it. Chapter 3. Never Enough. Never Enough explores the perilous trap of insatiable desire, even among the incredibly wealthy. Housel recounts the story of Rajat Gupta, a brilliant and successful CEO who, despite accumulating immense wealth, risked it all for insider trading and ended up in prison. Why? Because even with hundreds of millions, it wasn't enough. This chapter delves into the dangerous psychological boundary between having enough and constantly striving for more. The problem isn't the desire for wealth itself, but the inability to define when enough is enough. Social comparison, especially in today's hyper-connected world, fuels this insatiability. We see others with bigger houses, fancier cars, or more lucrative investments, and suddenly our own substantial achievements feel inadequate. Housel's crucial insight is that the highest form of wealth is the ability to control your time and live life on your own terms. Chasing more indefinitely often leads to taking excessive risks, sacrificing relationships, and ultimately losing the very freedom and happiness that wealth is supposed to provide. The antidote is cultivating contentment and defining your own enough before the endless pursuit consumes you. Chapter 4. Confounding compounding. The power of compounding is often understood mathematically, but Housel shows us its psychological difficulty. Compounding is counterintuitive because its most powerful effects are often invisible for stretches of time. It requires patience, discipline, and the ability to delay gratification, traits that go against many of our immediate desires. Think of Warren Buffett. His genius isn't just about picking great stocks, it's about consistently doing so for over 70 years. Housel points out that the vast majority of Buffett's multi-billion-dollar fortune was accumulated after his 50th birthday, thanks to the exponential growth of compounding. If Buffett had started investing in his 30s and retired in his 60s, he would be wealthy, but nowhere near the legendary status he holds today. The Compounding Confounding chapter teaches us that truly incredible results don't come from a single brilliant decision or a massive one-time gain, but from the consistent, almost boring application of good principles over extended periods. It's about letting time be your most powerful ally. This requires an almost Zen-like approach to investing, trusting the process, ignoring the noise, and understanding that the magic happens not in a flash, but in the relentless ticking of the clock. Chapter 5. Getting Wealthy versus Staying Wealthy. Getting wealthy often involves taking risks, being optimistic, and constantly seeking growth. Staying wealthy, however, is an entirely different beast. It demands a paranoid mindset, a deep understanding of survival, and a willingness to be defensive. Housel articulates this crucial distinction by highlighting that many people focus solely on the accumulation phase, neglecting the preservation phase. He uses the example of long-term capital management, a hedge fund run by Nobel laureates who created complex algorithms that were supposed to be fail-proof. They got incredibly wealthy incredibly fast, but their lack of a survival mindset and their excessive risk-taking led to a catastrophic collapse. They focused on optimizing for return, not for resilience. The key lesson here is that financial success isn't just about hitting home runs, it's about not striking out. Staying wealthy means building a margin of safety into your life. It means having enough cash reserves to weather unexpected storms, diversifying your investments, and avoiding bets that could wipe you out entirely. Housel argues that the ability to stay in the game, to survive market downturns and personal setbacks, is ultimately more important than any single investment return. Survival is the ultimate goal of long-term wealth building.
Chapter 6. Tails, You Win. This chapter introduces a concept that's often overlooked, the impact of extreme outliers. Housel argues that a small number of events, or tails, drive the majority of outcomes in finance and many other areas of life. We often spend too much time analyzing the average or the median, when the true impact comes from the rare, exceptional events. Think about venture capital. A VC firm might invest in 100 startups, knowing that 80 to 90 of them will fail, a few will break even, and perhaps one or two will generate 90% of the returns for the entire fund. The strategy isn't to pick every winner, but to ensure you're in a position to benefit from the rare, massive success. The implication for personal finance is significant. Don't dismiss an investment just because some of its components might fail. For example, if you invest in a diversified stock portfolio, you're not expecting every single company to be a winner. You're counting on a few tails, a few exceptionally successful companies to drive your overall returns. This chapter frees us from the need for perfection and encourages us to embrace diversification and patience, understanding that the biggest rewards come from allowing those rare, powerful tail events to unfold. Chapter 7. Freedom. What is the ultimate benefit of money? Housel argues it's not fancy cars, luxurious homes, or designer clothes. The highest form of wealth is freedom. It's the ability to control your time, to wake up each day and say, I can do whatever I want, with whomever I want, for as long as I want. He points out that working a high-paying job you hate just to afford status symbols is a form of poverty. You might have a lot of money, but you lack true autonomy. Conversely, someone with a more modest income but significant control over their schedule and choices might be far wealthier in the truest sense. This chapter shifts our focus from simply accumulating money to thinking about what money buys. And what it truly buys, Housel asserts, is independence. It's the option to retire early, to pursue a passion project, to spend more time with family, or simply to not have to deal with annoying people. Financial independence gives you the ultimate luxury, time. It encourages us to prioritize savings and investments that create this freedom, rather than falling into the trap of lifestyle inflation that keeps us tethered to our jobs. Chapter 8. Man in the Car Paradox. Have you ever seen someone driving a luxurious car and thought, wow, that person must be successful and important? Housel reveals the man in the car paradox. When you see someone driving a fancy car, you rarely think about the person driving the car. Instead, you imagine yourself in that car, experiencing the prestige and admiration. The paradox is this. People buy expensive things to signal their wealth and success to others, but those others are often more interested in themselves than in the person driving the car. They're not thinking, look at that amazing person. They're thinking, if I had that car, I would be amazing. This chapter is a powerful critique of status spending. It highlights how many of us spend money on things that we believe will impress others, but which often fail to do so. True respect and admiration don't come from material possessions. They come from character, kindness, and genuine achievement. Housel suggests that living below your means and focusing on experiences and relationships rather than external validation leads to greater happiness and financial security. The real flex is not needing to flex at all.
Chapter 9. Wealth is what you don't see. Following on from the man in the car paradox, this chapter deepens the idea that true wealth is often invisible. What you see, the big house, the fancy car, the expensive watch, is usually debt, not wealth. Wealth is the money you have saved, the investments you've made, the financial options you've created for your future. It's what you don't spend. Housel argues that it's easy to look wealthy, but much harder to be wealthy. Someone driving a Ferrari might have taken on massive debt to do so, while someone living in a modest home and driving an older car might have millions in their investment accounts. The problem is, you can't see their investment accounts. This lesson encourages us to redefine our perception of wealth. Stop comparing yourself to what others display, because what they display often tells you nothing about their true financial health. Focus instead on building your own invisible wealth, your savings, your diversified portfolio, your emergency fund. These are the components that truly provide security, freedom, and peace of mind, far more than any flashy possession ever could. Chapter 10. Save Money. This chapter's title seems straightforward, but Housel delves into the profound psychological reasons why saving money is so crucial, far beyond just accumulating a nest egg. He argues that your savings rate, more than your investment returns or your income level, is the most powerful determinant of your financial future. Why? Because saving is the only variable entirely within your control. You can't control market returns, you can't guarantee a massive salary increase, but you can control how much you choose to save from your income. Housel emphasizes that the ability to save is a reflection of your lifestyle choices, your priorities, and your willingness to delay gratification. He also introduces the concept of optionality. The more you save, the more options you create for yourself. It allows you to take a career break, to start a business, to negotiate for better terms, or to simply walk away from a bad situation. Saving isn't just about retirement. It's about building a buffer against life's uncertainties and giving yourself maximum flexibility. It's the ultimate tool for controlling your own destiny, providing peace of mind that no luxury item can ever match.
Chapter 11. Reasonable, greater than rational. When it comes to money, we often strive to be rational, to make decisions based purely on logic and data to maximize our financial outcomes. But Housel makes a compelling case for being reasonable instead. The difference is subtle but critical. Rationality often demands perfection and can lead to paralysis or choices that are technically optimal but emotionally unsustainable. Reasonableness acknowledges our human nature, our biases, and our need for peace of mind. For example, a purely rational investor might try to time the market perfectly, buying at the absolute bottom and selling at the absolute top. This is incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to achieve consistently. A reasonable investor, however, might opt for a diversified portfolio and consistent dollar-cost averaging, knowing they won't always hit the optimal points, but they will achieve good, consistent results over time without immense stress. This chapter teaches us that financial success isn't about being a supercomputer. It's about finding a strategy that you can stick with for the long term, even when emotions run high. It means accepting good enough rather than always chasing perfect. A reasonable approach prioritizes long-term consistency, mental well-being, and avoiding catastrophic errors, even if it means missing out on some theoretically higher returns. This approach is far more sustainable for most people. Chapter 12. Surprise. History is filled with surprises, events that nobody saw coming yet had massive impacts on our lives and our finances. Housel reminds us that the past is a guide, not a definitive roadmap to the future. We often extrapolate current trends indefinitely or assume that past patterns will repeat precisely. This is a dangerous assumption because the truly impactful events are almost always the ones that defy prediction. Think about the invention of the Internet, the fall of the Berlin Wall, or the COVID-19 pandemic. These were surprises that reshaped economies and societies. If you built a financial plan based solely on pre-Internet assumptions, you would have been woefully unprepared. The lesson here is profound. Plan for the unexpected. Build a robust financial life that can withstand shocks you can't foresee. This means having an emergency fund, diversifying your investments, avoiding excessive leverage, and maintaining flexibility. Housel suggests that instead of trying to predict the next big surprise, we should focus on building resilience so that whatever comes, we are in a position to weather the storm and even capitalize on new opportunities that emerge from the chaos. Prepare for surprises by being anti-fragile. Chapter 13. Room for Error. Room for error is Housel's elegant term for what many call a margin of safety. It's the idea that when you make financial plans, you should build in a buffer, an extra cushion to account for things going wrong or simply not going as planned. Life rarely follows a perfectly linear trajectory. Recessions happen, jobs are lost, health crises emerge, and unexpected expenses crop up. He points out that the biggest risk in finance is not making a bad investment, but being forced to sell your investments at a loss because you desperately need cash. A lack of a margin of safety forces you into bad decisions when you are most vulnerable. This chapter champions conservative planning. It means having an emergency fund that can cover several months of expenses even if you think you'll never need it. It means not taking on the maximum amount of debt possible. It means diversifying your investments so that if one goes south, your entire portfolio isn't wiped out. Housel argues that the purpose of a margin of error isn't to perfectly predict the future, but to accept its inherent unpredictability and build a system that can absorb the punches. It's about protecting your downside so your upside can flourish. Chapter 14, You'll Change. One of the most profound psychological challenges in financial planning is our inability to accurately predict our future selves. We make financial decisions today based on our current values, desires, and life circumstances, assuming that these will remain largely constant. Housel argues that this is a fallacy. You'll change. Think about your goals 10 years ago. Are they exactly the same today? Probably not. People evolve. Priorities shift. A career path that seemed ideal in your 20s might feel suffocating in your 40s. A dream house might become an empty burden. This constant evolution makes rigid, long-term financial plans incredibly difficult to maintain. The key takeaway is to avoid extreme financial commitments that might trap your future self. Housel suggests that flexibility is more valuable than optimization when it comes to long-term planning. Avoid taking on enormous debt for a lifestyle you might not want in a decade. Keep your options open. The most successful financial lives are often those that allow for room for adaptation and change, recognizing that the person making decisions today won't be the same person living with those decisions years down the line. It's about building a financial life that can pivot with you. Chapter 15, Nothing is Free. In finance, there's a pervasive myth that you can get something for nothing, a risk-free, high-return investment, or a way to achieve your financial goals without any trade-offs. Housel debunks this myth in Nothing is Free. Everything has a cost, and often that cost isn't measured in dollars, but in less tangible things like uncertainty, volatility, or lost opportunities. Take investment returns, for example. High returns usually come with high volatility. The cost of those potential gains is the emotional discomfort of market downturns and the risk of losing principal. If you want safety, the cost is typically lower returns. If you want the thrill of speculative investing, the cost is a higher probability of losing money. This chapter encourages us to identify and accept the price of whatever financial goal we are pursuing. Instead of wishing for a risk-free path to wealth, recognize that volatility is the fee for long-term equity returns. Emotional discipline, patience, and the willingness to endure short-term pain for long-term gain are the costs of financial success. Understanding and accepting these costs, rather than trying to avoid them, makes you a more realistic and ultimately more successful financial actor.
Chapter 16, You and Me. Housel highlights a crucial distinction, you and me. Your financial goals, risk tolerance, and time horizon are unique to you, and they are likely very different from mine or from those of a professional investor. Yet we often get caught up in comparing ourselves to others, or worse, trying to emulate the strategies of institutional investors who operate under entirely different constraints. A professional money manager, for example, is judged quarterly, often by relative performance benchmarks. They might take short-term risks that are completely inappropriate for an individual saving for retirement over decades. Their incentives are different, their time frames are different, and their ability to absorb losses is different.
The core message here is to stop playing someone else's game. Define your own financial goals, understand your own risk capacity, and build a strategy that works for you. Don't get swayed by the latest market fads or the impressive returns of a hedge fund manager. Your personal financial goals, retirement, a down payment on a house, your children's education, are what truly matter. Your unique life circumstances dictate your optimal strategy, not the headlines or the actions of professional traders. Focus on your own lane. Chapter 17. The Seduction of Pessimism. Why does bad news often feel more intelligent, more convincing, and even more sophisticated than good news? Housel explores the seduction of pessimism. He argues that pessimism sounds smart because it's easier to identify and explain what can go wrong. Optimism, especially long-term optimism, often sounds naive because it requires imagining solutions and progress that haven't happened yet. Catastrophic events are often sudden and dramatic, making compelling headlines. Progress, however, is typically slow, incremental, and less sensational. The media, therefore, tends to amplify fear and negativity because it grabs attention. This chapter encourages us to resist the allure of constant doomsaying. While it's important to be aware of risks and challenges, a default pessimistic outlook can paralyze us and prevent us from taking advantage of long-term growth and opportunities. Housel reminds us that despite countless crises and predictions of doom, humanity has a remarkable track record of innovation and adaptation. A balanced, long-term, optimistic view backed by a resilient financial plan is a far more effective stance for building wealth and living a fulfilling life. The world tends to get better, albeit slowly and with setbacks. Chapter 18. When You'll Believe Anything. This chapter delves into the psychological phenomenon of belief persistence, particularly in financial markets. Housel explains that once we form a belief, especially one tied to our investments, it becomes incredibly difficult to change our minds, even in the face of contradictory evidence. We seek out information that confirms our existing views and dismiss information that challenges them. This is known as confirmation bias. He gives the example of market bubbles. During a bubble, people often cling to the belief that this time is different, dismissing historical precedents and fundamental valuations. They interpret every upward tick as proof of their brilliance, and every warning sign as misguided pessimism. When You'll Believe Anything reminds us of the importance of intellectual humility. Be open to changing your mind. Be willing to admit you were wrong. The financial world is dynamic, and holding on to outdated or incorrect beliefs can be incredibly costly. Housel suggests that a willingness to constantly question your assumptions and to seek diverse perspectives is a crucial trait for long-term financial success. The stronger your conviction, the more carefully you should scrutinize your beliefs.
Chapter 19. All Together Now. In this concluding chapter, Housel brings all the previous lessons together, emphasizing that the psychology of money is less about complex formulas and more about simple, timeless truths applied consistently over time. There's no single secret to financial success. It's a combination of behaviors, mindsets, and principles. He reiterates that true wealth is about freedom and control over your time. It's about understanding that savings rate is more important than investment returns for most people. It's about recognizing the power of compounding, the necessity of a margin of safety, and the importance of defining enough. It's also about avoiding the traps of social comparison and the seduction of pessimism. All Together Now serves as a powerful synthesis, urging readers to integrate these psychological insights into their financial lives. It's a call to action to move beyond the purely analytical aspects of finance and embrace the human element, our emotions, our biases, and our unique experiences as the most significant drivers of our financial destinies. The book concludes by emphasizing that financial success is not necessarily about intelligence or education. It's about behavior, Simple behaviors, consistently applied, lead to profound long-term results. And there you have it, a journey through the profound and often counterintuitive world of The Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel. We've explored why no one's crazy, the intertwined nature of luck and risk, the insidious trap of never enough, and the silent, powerful magic of compounding. We've learned that staying wealthy is different from getting wealthy, that outlier events or tails drive most returns, and that the ultimate prize of money is not luxury, but freedom. We've unmasked the man-in-the-car paradox, recognized that true wealth is invisible, and understood why saving is your most powerful financial lever. We've also embraced the wisdom of being reasonable over rational, prepared for life's inevitable surprises with a room for error, acknowledged that our future selves will change, and accepted that nothing in finance is truly free. We've been reminded to run our own race, you and me, resisted the seductive call of pessimism, and learned the crucial importance of intellectual humility. Morgan Housel has given us a timeless gift, a framework for understanding not just how money works, but how we work with money. This book isn't about telling you what to think, but how to think more effectively about one of the most impactful aspects of our lives. The lessons are simple, yet profoundly powerful. They remind us that financial success is less about what you know and more about how you behave. It's about patience, discipline, humility, and a clear understanding of what truly brings you peace and happiness. So, as you step back into your day, carry these insights with you. Apply them to your own financial journey. Define your enough, prioritize your freedom, and build a financial life that is resilient, flexible, and aligned with your deepest values. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. If this summary resonated with you, please hit that like button, share it with friends and family who could benefit from these timeless lessons, and subscribe to our channel for more enriching audio experiences. Your support helps us continue to bring you the best in wisdom and knowledge. Until next time, may your financial journey be filled with wisdom, peace, and abundance.
Hello, and welcome to Vibe Audiobook, the place where we unlock the power of transformative ideas, one incredible book at a time. I'm your host, and today we're diving deep into a concept so fundamental, so profoundly impactful, yet often overlooked, that it holds the key to virtually every aspect of your life. Have you ever considered the constant, unseen dialogue happening within your own mind? The whispers, the judgments, the encouragement, the doubt. Well, prepare to turn those whispers into a symphony of success, because today we're exploring the groundbreaking insights from Shad Helmstetter's timeless classic, What to Say When You Talk to Yourself. This isn't just another self-help book. It's a profound journey into the very architecture of your mind, a practical guide to reprogramming your internal narrative, and ultimately, a roadmap to building the life you truly desire. If you've ever felt stuck, limited, or simply not living up to your full potential, then the lessons we're about to uncover will be nothing short of revolutionary for you. So lean back, get comfortable, and let's unlock the immense power hidden within your own voice. But before we begin this incredible exploration, if you find value in today's session, please hit that like button, share this episode with someone who needs to hear it, and of course, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you don't miss out on our future journeys into literary wisdom. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The Inner Voice, Your Constant Companion. Imagine, if you will, that you have a constant companion, an ever-present voice in your ear whispering thoughts, opinions, and judgments about everything you encounter. This companion is with you from the moment you wake until you drift off to sleep. For many of us, This companion is largely left unchecked, its narrative running on autopilot, often a blend of old programming, fears, and limiting beliefs absorbed over years. Shad Helmstetter begins by shining a spotlight on this inner voice, the silent yet incredibly powerful conversation you have with yourself every single day. He argues that this internal dialogue isn't just background noise, it's the very foundation of your beliefs, your self-image, and consequently, your actions and results. Think about it. Every decision you make, every emotion you feel, every reaction you have is first filtered through the lens of what you tell yourself about it. Consider a simple scenario. You're faced with a new challenge at work. The inner voice might say, "This is too hard. You'll probably fail, just like last time." Or it could say, "This is a great opportunity to learn and grow. You've handled tough things before." Which voice do you think will lead to a better outcome? Helmstetter makes it clear the words you speak to yourself are not just fleeting thoughts, they are self-fulfilling prophecies in the making. This chapter is about awareness. It's about recognizing that this internal monologue exists, and more importantly, that it is programmable. It's like discovering you've been driving a car with a fixed GPS that's always telling you to go to the same old, uninspiring destinations. Helmstetter wants you to realize you have the power to change the destination, to input new coordinates and chart a new course for your life simply by altering what you say to yourself. It's a profound realization. Your life isn't just happening to you. You are, in many ways, narrating it into existence.
Chapter 2. The Roots of Self-Talk. Where does it come from? Now that we understand the immense power of self-talk, the natural question arises, where does it all come from? Why do some of us have a naturally encouraging inner voice, while others struggle with constant self-doubt and criticism? Helmstetter delves into the origins, explaining that our self-talk is largely a product of our past programming. Think of your mind as a super advanced computer. From the moment you're born, it starts absorbing data. Every word you hear, every experience you have, every judgment or praise you receive from parents, teachers, friends, and society at large becomes a line of code in your subconscious program. If you frequently heard messages like, "You're not good enough," "Be careful, you might fail," or "Life is hard," these phrases become part of your internal script. Even seemingly innocent phrases like, "Don't be silly," or "That's not how it's done," can subtly shake a narrative of inadequacy or fear of deviation. Helmstetter identifies several key sources of this programming. Childhood experiences. Our early years are particularly formative. The feedback we received, the environment we grew up in, and the examples set by our primary caregivers deeply imprint on our developing minds. Parental and authority figures. The words of parents, teachers, and other authority figures carry immense weight. Their beliefs and expectations often become our own. Societal and cultural influences. Media, cultural norms, and societal expectations also contribute. Think about common phrases or beliefs perpetuated in your culture that might limit personal growth or define success in a narrow way. Past experiences and failures. Negative experiences or perceived failures can become ingrained in our self-talk, leading to statements like, "I always mess things up," or "I'm not lucky." The crucial point here is that much of this programming was unconscious and unintentional. You didn't choose to adopt these limiting beliefs. They were simply absorbed. Like weeds growing in a garden, they took root without your explicit permission. This chapter is vital because it frees us from blame. It's not your fault if your self-talk is currently negative. You are simply running on inherited software. But once you understand its origins, you gain the power to update that software, to pull out the weeds and plant new, life-affirming seeds.
Chapter 3. The 4 categories of self-talk. Identifying your pattern. To effectively change your self-talk, you first need to understand what kind of self-talk you're currently engaged in. Helmstetter neatly categorizes self-talk into 4 distinct types, creating a powerful framework for self-assessment. Let's explore each of them. Negative self-talk. Type 1. This is the most damaging form. It's characterized by criticism, blame, self-doubt, and pessimism. Phrases like, "I can't do this," "I'm a failure," "I'm not smart enough," or "Why bother trying" fall into this category. This type of self-talk actively sabotages your efforts, drains your energy, and reinforces limiting beliefs. It's the voice that convinces you to stay in your comfort zone, even if that zone is stifling your potential. Neutral self-talk. Type 2. This type is characterized by observation without judgment. It is what it is. I'll see what happens. Or, there's nothing I can do. While not overtly negative, it lacks proactive energy and conviction. It often leads to apathy, procrastination, and a feeling of being a passive observer in your own life. It doesn't actively harm you, but it certainly doesn't help you grow or achieve your goals. It's like a car idling. It's on, but not going anywhere. Acceptance self-talk. Type 3. This is where we start moving in a positive direction. Acceptance self-talk acknowledges reality, even if it's challenging, but also carries a hopeful and resilient undertone. This is difficult, but I will get through it. I made a mistake, and I will learn from it. Or, I accept myself, flaws and all. This type fosters resilience, self-compassion, and a sense of agency. It's a significant improvement over negative or neutral talk, as it allows for emotional processing and forward movement, even in the face of adversity. Positive self-talk. Type 4. This is the ultimate goal. Positive self-talk is empowering, encouraging, optimistic, and goal-oriented. I am capable. I will succeed. I am strong and resilient. I deserve the best, or I can achieve anything I set my mind to. This type of self-talk builds confidence, fuels motivation, and actively programs your subconscious for success. It's the voice of your ideal self, guiding you towards your highest potential. Helmstetter encourages listeners to honestly assess which category their dominant self-talk falls into. Often we might have a mix, but identifying the predominant pattern is the first step towards consciously shifting it. This categorization provides a clear roadmap for change. If you're stuck in Type 1, your immediate goal is to move towards Type 3 or 4. It's like understanding your current position on a map before you can plot a new course.
Chapter 4. The Power of Repetition. Programming Your New Reality. Once you understand the origins and categories of self-talk, the natural next step is to learn how to change it. Helmstetter's core principle here is simple, yet profoundly effective: repetition. Just as your current self-talk was programmed through repeated exposure to certain messages, so too can you reprogram it by consciously and consistently repeating new, positive messages. Think of your mind as a garden. If you want to grow beautiful flowers, you don't just plant a seed once and forget about it. You water it, nurture it, and protect it consistently. Similarly, to cultivate positive self-talk, you must consistently plant and reinforce positive affirmations. Helmstetter emphasizes that this isn't about mere wishful thinking or pretending everything is perfect when it's not. It's about deliberately choosing the thoughts and words you feed your mind. He introduces the concept of affirmations, positive, present-tense statements about who you are, what you want, and what you believe. Examples include, I am confident and capable. I attract success and abundance. I am healthy and vibrant. Or, I overcome challenges with ease. The key to their effectiveness lies in consistent, heartfelt repetition. Helmstetter suggests several methods: verbal repetition, speaking your affirmations aloud with conviction multiple times a day;
Written repetition, writing your affirmations down repeatedly in a journal. Mental repetition, silently repeating affirmations in your mind throughout the day. Audio repetition, recording your affirmations and listening to them, especially during times of relaxation or before sleep, when the subconscious mind is most receptive. The science behind this is fascinating. Repetition, especially when combined with emotion, helps to create new neural pathways in your brain. It literally rewires your mind. Old, limiting beliefs, which are essentially well-worn neural pathways, begin to weaken, and new, empowering beliefs, with their fresh pathways, grow stronger. It's like carving a new path through a forest. The more you walk it, the clearer and easier it becomes. This chapter is a call to action. It's an invitation to become the conscious architect of your inner world, to intentionally choose the thoughts that will shape your destiny, and to understand that consistency, not intensity, is the true magic ingredient.
Chapter 5. Crafting Effective Self-Talk, the Art of Affirmations. It's not enough to simply say positive words. They need to be crafted in a way that truly resonates and penetrates the subconscious mind. Helmstetter provides clear guidelines for creating powerful, effective self-talk. This isn't just about positive thinking, it's about strategic, deliberate programming. Here are the key principles for crafting effective affirmations. Make them personal. Use I. Always use I or my statements. I am confident, not one should be confident. This directly addresses your subconscious and makes the message personal and relevant to you. Make them positive. Frame your affirmations in the positive. Instead of, I am not afraid, say, I am courageous. The subconscious mind often struggles to process negatives. Focus on what you want, not what you don't want. Make them present tense. Speak as if it's already true. I am successful, not I will be successful. This tells your subconscious that this is your current reality, and it begins to align your actions and beliefs to match this present truth. Make them specific and clear. Be as clear as possible. Instead of, I am happy, you might say, I feel joy and enthusiasm in all my daily activities. The more vivid and specific, the more powerfully it impacts your subconscious. Make them emotional. Infuse your affirmations with feeling. When you repeat them, feel the truth of them. Imagine the joy, the confidence, the success. Emotion is the fuel that drives the affirmations into your subconscious. Don't just say the words, believe them as you say them. Focus on desired traits or outcomes. Identify the specific areas where you want to grow or what you want to achieve. Do you want more confidence, better health, financial abundance, stronger relationships? Tailor your affirmations to these specific goals. Keep them consistent. While variety is good, sticking with a core set of affirmations for a period allows them to deeply embed. Consistency over time is far more effective than trying a new affirmation every day. Helmstetter also advises against using affirmations that feel too far-fetched or unbelievable to you initially. If you're deeply ingrained in scarcity thinking, jumping straight to I am a millionaire might create internal resistance. Instead, start with something you can believe, like I am open to receiving abundance, or I am improving my financial situation daily. As your belief shifts, you can then upgrade your affirmations. This chapter empowers you to become a wordsmith, an internal sculptor, carefully selecting the language that will build the magnificent inner world you desire. It teaches you that your words are not just sounds, they are potent tools of creation.
Chapter 6. Overcoming Resistance, Dealing with Doubt and Negativity. As you embark on the journey of reprogramming your self-talk, you're bound to encounter resistance. This is entirely normal.
Your subconscious mind has been running on old programming for years, and it won't give up its familiar patterns without a fight. Helmstetter dedicates this chapter to preparing you for this internal struggle and providing strategies to overcome doubt and negativity. Imagine trying to steer a large ship in a new direction. It takes effort and consistent pressure on the rudder to overcome its old momentum. Your mind is similar. When you start saying, "I am confident," and your internal narrative immediately retorts, "No, you're not. Remember all those times you failed?" That's resistance. Helmstetter offers several powerful insights and techniques. Acknowledge, don't argue. When negative thoughts arise, acknowledge them without engaging in a debate. Don't fight them. Simply observe them and then gently redirect your focus back to your positive affirmations. Trying to suppress them often makes them stronger. Understand the source. Remember that these negative thoughts are often just echoes of old programming, not necessarily your current truth. They are outdated files, not current facts. Persistence is key. The most crucial strategy is sheer persistence. Keep repeating your positive affirmations even when you don't feel them, even when doubt whispers loudly. Every repetition is like a drop of water on a stone. Eventually, it will wear it down. The fake it till you make it principle. Helmstetter argues that sometimes you have to act as if. If you want to be confident, start by acting confidently, speaking confidently, and affirming confidence even if the feeling isn't fully there yet. Your actions influence your beliefs, just as your beliefs influence your actions. Be patient and kind to yourself. Changing deeply ingrained patterns takes time. There will be days when it feels like you're taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Be patient with yourself, celebrate small victories, and don't fall into the trap of criticizing yourself for having negative thoughts. That's just more negative self-talk. Visualize success. Complement your affirmations with visualization. See yourself living out the truth of your affirmations. If you affirm, "I am healthy," visualize yourself full of energy, vibrant, and active. This enhances the emotional impact. This chapter serves as a pep talk, a reminder that the journey of self-transformation is not always linear, but with understanding, patience, and unwavering commitment, you can navigate the choppy waters of doubt and emerge stronger with a new, empowering internal narrative guiding your way.
Chapter 7. Self-talk for specific areas of life, tailoring your approach. The beauty of Helmstetter's self-talk methodology is its universal applicability. While the core principles remain the same, this chapter emphasizes tailoring your affirmations to specific areas of your life where you seek improvement. Just as a master chef uses different spices for different dishes, you can customize your self-talk for various aspects of your existence. Helmstetter guides us through applying self-talk to common areas. Health and well-being. If you're looking to improve your physical or mental health, your self-talk should reflect that. Instead of "I'm always tired," try "I am full of energy and vitality." Instead of "I get sick easily," affirm "My immune system is strong and healthy." This can include affirmations for weight management, consistent exercise, stress reduction, and positive body image. Career and financial success. For professional advancement or financial abundance, focus on affirmations that build confidence, competence, and a mindset of wealth. I am a highly valued professional. I attract opportunities for growth and success. I am a magnet for abundance, or I manage my finances wisely and effectively. Relationships. To foster healthier, more fulfilling relationships, your self-talk can focus on empathy, connection, and self-worth. I attract loving and supportive relationships. I communicate openly and honestly. I am a good listener. Or I am worthy of love and respect. Personal growth and learning. If your goal is continuous self-improvement, lifelong learning, or developing new skills, your self-talk can reinforce curiosity and capability. I am a quick and eager learner. I embrace challenges as opportunities for growth. Or, I am constantly evolving into my best self. Emotional mastery. To better manage emotions like anger, anxiety, or sadness, affirmations can help reprogram your emotional responses. I respond calmly and thoughtfully to situations. I choose joy and peace. Or, I release all negative emotions and embrace serenity. Helmstedter's message is clear. Identify the specific areas where you feel limited, where your old self-talk is holding you back, and then deliberately craft new, empowering affirmations for those areas. It's like having a personalized mental toolkit, each tool designed for a specific job, helping you build a stronger, more vibrant life brick by self-talk. This targeted approach amplifies the impact of your self-talk, creating focused change where it's most needed.
Chapter 8. The Science Behind Self-Talk. How it really works. For those who lean towards a more scientific understanding, Helmstetter provides a compelling explanation of why self-talk is so powerful. This chapter bridges the gap between the practical application and the underlying neurobiology and psychology, offering a deeper appreciation for the profound impact of our internal dialogue. He delves into concepts such as the subconscious mind. Helmstetter emphasizes that our self-talk primarily communicates with the subconscious mind, which is far more powerful and influential than the conscious mind. The subconscious doesn't judge, it simply accepts and executes the programming it receives, much like a computer's operating system. When you consistently feed it positive, empowering messages, it begins to alter your beliefs and behaviors at a fundamental level. Neuroplasticity. This is a groundbreaking scientific concept referring to the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. Every time you think a thought or engage in a behavior, you strengthen a neural pathway. When you consciously repeat positive affirmations, you are literally creating and strengthening new neural pathways that support those positive beliefs. Old negative pathways, when not used, begin to weaken. This means you are physically rewiring your brain. The reticular activating system, or RAS, is a network of neurons located in the brainstem that acts as a filter, determining what information reaches your conscious awareness. When you program your subconscious with specific goals or desires through self-talk, your RAS becomes attuned to opportunities and resources related to those goals. Have you ever bought a new car and suddenly started seeing that model everywhere? That's your RAS at work. Self-talk primes your RAS to notice and attract what you focus on. The link between thoughts, emotions, and actions. Helmstetter reinforces the undeniable chain. Thoughts lead to emotions, emotions lead to actions, and actions lead to results. By changing your thoughts through self-talk, you initiate a positive ripple effect throughout this entire chain. Positive thoughts generate positive emotions, which motivate positive actions, ultimately leading to positive results. The placebo effect. While not directly discussed as such, the power of belief central to the placebo effect is deeply intertwined with self-talk. If you truly believe something is true for you because you've repeatedly told yourself it is, your body and mind will often conspire to make it so. This chapter demystifies self-talk, moving it beyond a purely philosophical concept to a scientifically supported method for personal transformation. Understanding how it works makes the commitment to consistent practice even more compelling, reinforcing that you're engaging in a proven mental technology for self-improvement.
Chapter 9. Making Self-Talk a Lifestyle. Integration and Consistency. The power of self-talk isn't a one-time event. It's a daily practice, a way of life. Helmstetter dedicates this chapter to practical strategies for integrating self-talk so deeply into your routine that it becomes as natural and essential as breathing. This is about moving beyond sporadic effort to consistent, effortless habit. Here are the key takeaways for making self-talk a lifestyle. Establish a routine. Identify specific times each day when you can dedicate time to your self-talk. This could be first thing in the morning, during your commute, before a workout, during a lunch break, or right before bed. Consistency trumps intensity. Even 5 to 10 minutes daily is more effective than an hour once a week. Utilize dead time. Helmstetter encourages using otherwise productive time for self-talk. Waiting in line, doing chores, walking the dog. These are perfect moments to mentally or even softly audibly repeat your affirmations. Every moment is an opportunity to reinforce your positive programming. Create a self-talk environment. Surround yourself with reminders. Write affirmations on sticky notes and place them on your mirror, computer, or refrigerator. Use your phone's background or screensaver. The more visual cues you have, the more you'll be prompted to engage. Combined with other practices. Integrate self-talk with other beneficial habits. If you meditate, incorporate affirmations into your meditation. If you exercise, repeat empowering phrases while you work out. This synergy strengthens both practices. Keep it fresh, but consistent. While consistency with core affirmations is crucial, it's okay to periodically review and update your list as you grow and your goals evolve. Ensure your affirmations remain relevant and inspiring to your current journey. Be accountable. Share your self-talk practice with a trusted friend, family member, or coach. This can provide an extra layer of motivation and accountability. Even simply tracking your practice in a journal can be a powerful motivator. The future pacing technique. As you affirm, visualize yourself living the reality of those affirmations. See yourself confident, successful, healthy. This emotional pre-experiencing strengthens the neural pathways and makes the affirmations more potent. Helmstetter reiterates that like any new skill, self-talk takes practice. The initial effort might feel conscious and deliberate, but over time, as new neural pathways strengthen, it becomes more automatic, a natural and empowering part of your inner landscape. This chapter is about moving from doing self-talk to being a person who lives self-talk, where your inner voice automatically supports and uplifts you.
Chapter 10. Beyond Affirmations. Living Your Self-Talk. While affirmations are the cornerstone of Helmstetter's methodology, this chapter broadens the perspective, emphasizing that true transformation comes from living your self-talk. It's not just about what you say to yourself, but how those words translate into your actions and ultimately your reality. This is the crucial step of bridging the gap between internal programming and external manifestation. Helmstetter makes it clear, self-talk is not a substitute for action, it's a catalyst for it. If you affirm, "I am a successful entrepreneur," but never take steps to build a business, the affirmation will remain just a wish. The purpose of powerful self-talk is to shift your beliefs. It helps you truly believe in your capabilities and potential. Boost your confidence. It provides the inner strength and courage to take risks and pursue opportunities. Inspire action. It motivates you to move forward, even when faced with fear or uncertainty. Improve your perception. It helps you see challenges as opportunities rather than insurmountable obstacles. The concept here is about aligning your inner world with your outer world. If your self-talk is consistently positive and empowering, you'll naturally be more inclined to take calculated risks, because you believe in your ability to handle outcomes, good or bad. Embrace challenges, seeing them as opportunities for growth rather than roadblocks.
persist through setbacks because your inner voice reminds you of your resilience. Seek out opportunities. Your RAS, as discussed in Chapter 8, will be primed to notice them. And act congruently with your goals. Your actions will begin to reflect the person you are becoming through your self-talk. Helmstetter emphasizes that as your self-talk improves, you'll start noticing subtle shifts in your behavior, your reactions, and your general outlook. You'll find yourself naturally making choices that align with your desired future. It's a beautiful feedback loop. Positive self-talk leads to positive actions, which lead to positive results, which further reinforce your positive self-talk. This chapter reminds us that while the work begins internally, the ultimate goal is to see that transformation manifest in a richer, more fulfilling, and successful life in the real world. It's about becoming the living embodiment of your most powerful and positive internal narrative.
Chapter 11. The Long-Term Vision. Sustaining Your New Self. As we approach the culmination of Helmstetter's wisdom, this chapter focuses on the long-term journey. Changing self-talk isn't a quick fix, it's a commitment for life. Just as a garden requires continuous tending, your internal landscape needs ongoing care and cultivation to flourish. Helmstetter encourages a long-term vision, understanding that maintenance is crucial. Even after you've successfully reprogrammed much of your negative self-talk, old patterns can resurface, especially during times of stress or major life changes. Consistent maintenance, daily affirmations, mindful awareness of your thoughts, is essential to keep the weeds from growing back. Growth is continuous. The journey of personal growth never truly ends. As you achieve one goal, new aspirations will emerge. Your self-talk should evolve with you, always supporting your next level of growth and potential. The compounding effect. The benefits of consistent positive self-talk compound over time. Small, consistent efforts today lead to massive transformations in the future. It's like saving money. Small, regular deposits yield substantial returns over years. Becoming a role model. As you transform your own life through conscious self-talk, you naturally become an inspiration to others. Your newfound confidence, resilience, and optimism can positively influence those around you. You become a living testament to the power of inner transformation. Building a legacy. Helmstetter invites us to consider the legacy we build not just through our external achievements, but through the inner peace, joy, and fulfillment we cultivate. This inner work, through self-talk, creates a foundation for a truly meaningful life. This chapter instills a sense of purpose and commitment, reminding us that the investment we make in our self-talk today pays dividends for a lifetime. It's about recognizing that you are creating not just a better day, but a better life, a better future, and a more empowered version of yourself that will continue to evolve and thrive. The practice of self-talk becomes a lifelong partnership with yourself, a continuous dialogue of encouragement and belief.
Chapter 12. Your Self-Talk Action Plan, a Practical Guide to Implementation. In this final crucial chapter, Helmstetter consolidates all the principles and insights into a practical, step-by-step action plan. This is where theory meets reality, providing you with a clear roadmap to immediately begin implementing the power of self-talk in your own life. He outlines a structured approach which can be adapted to individual needs. Identify your limiting beliefs. Start by pinpointing the specific areas where you feel stuck or limited. What are the negative statements you most frequently say to yourself about these areas? Write them down. Be brutally honest. Craft your core affirmations. For each limiting belief, create a powerful, positive, present tense, and personal affirmation. Ensure these affirmations are emotionally resonant and specific to your desired outcomes. Aim for a manageable number, say 5 to 10, to start with. Establish a daily practice. Choose specific times and methods for daily repetition. Will you say them aloud in the morning? Write them down? Listen to a recording? Integrate them into your commute or exercise. Commit to this daily practice. Reinforce throughout the day. Actively look for opportunities to repeat your affirmations mentally or verbally during dead time or whenever you need a mental boost. Use visual cues to remind yourself. Monitor and adjust. Pay attention to how you feel and if your internal dialogue starts to shift. Are new opportunities appearing? Are you feeling more confident? Regularly review your affirmations and adjust them as you grow or as new goals emerge. Don't be afraid to tweak and refine. Be patient and persistent. Understand that transformation takes time. There will be good days and challenging days. The key is unwavering consistency and a commitment to not giving up. Each repetition is a step forward. Take action. Remember that self-talk is a catalyst for action. As your inner world transforms, be courageous and take steps that align with your new beliefs. Live your self-talk.
And there you have it, a comprehensive journey through the profound wisdom of Shad Helmstetter's What to Say When You Talk to Yourself. We've explored the origins of our inner voice, identified its various forms, and, most importantly, learned the practical, scientifically backed strategies for transforming it. Remember, the conversation you have with yourself is the most important one you'll ever have. By consciously choosing to plant seeds of positivity, confidence, and empowerment through consistent self-talk, you are not just changing your thoughts, you are literally rewiring your brain and reshaping your entire life. I encourage you to take these insights and apply them. Start small, be consistent, and witness the incredible power of your own words. Your future self will thank you for it. If you found inspiration, clarity, or a renewed sense of purpose today, please show your support by hitting that like button, sharing this episode with friends and family who could benefit from this message, and of course, subscribing to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative literary journeys. Your engagement helps us bring more incredible content to you. Thank you for tuning in to Vibe Audiobook. Until next time, keep nurturing that powerful inner voice and keep living a life filled with purpose and possibility.
Welcome back, Vibe Audiobook family. Have you ever looked around at your life, your business, your daily routines, and thought, there has to be a better way? A way to achieve more, experience less stress, and truly reclaim your precious time? If you've ever felt like you're constantly pushing a boulder uphill, putting out endless fires, or just swimming against a strong current, then today's deep dive is going to be a revelation for you. We're about to unlock the profound wisdom of Sam Carpenter's groundbreaking book, Work the System: The Simple Mechanics of Making More and Working Less. This isn't just a book, it's a blueprint for liberation. Carpenter isn't offering quick fixes or ephemeral motivation. Instead, he's inviting us into a complete paradigm shift, a way of seeing the world, and more importantly, our world, as an interconnected series of systems. Once we understand these systems, once we learn to design and optimize them, we transition from being victims of circumstance to masters of our destiny. From the chaos of reactivity to the calm power of control. Imagine your business running so smoothly, so predictably, that you have the freedom to truly innovate, to enjoy your personal life, to pursue your passions without the nagging anxiety of what's going wrong back at the office. This book promises to show you exactly how to build that reality. So get ready to transform your perspective, your processes, and ultimately, your life. This is a journey towards intentionality,
efficiency, and profound peace of mind. Let's dive deep into the mechanics of making more and working less. And as always, if you find immense value in what you hear today, please take a moment to hit that like button, share this episode with anyone who needs to hear this message, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook. Your support fuels our mission to bring you the best in transformative wisdom. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The Systems Mindset. Your world is a collection of systems. Sam Carpenter opens Work the System with a powerful declaration, a foundational truth that, once genuinely grasped, fundamentally alters how you perceive every aspect of your existence. He states unequivocally that your entire world, your business, your personal life, your relationships, your health, your finances, is nothing more and nothing less than a collection of interconnected operating systems. This isn't just a philosophical musing, it's a profound operational insight. Carpenter challenges us to move beyond the superficial symptoms of problems and instead look for the underlying systems that produce those results. Think about it. When your car breaks down, you don't just kick the tires and hope for the best. You or a mechanic looks at the engine, the electrical system, the fuel system to diagnose which system has malfunctioned. Yet in our businesses and personal lives, we often react to individual issues without ever examining the systemic root. We're perpetually in firefighting mode, battling daily crises when the real problem lies in the faulty design or execution of the systems that generate those crises in the first place. Carpenter uses vivid examples to drive this point home. Consider a recurring problem in your business, perhaps late deliveries or inconsistent customer service. Most people would try to fix the individual late delivery or placate the upset customer. But Carpenter urges you to ask, what system is producing this outcome? Is it the order processing system, the inventory management system, the communication system between departments? Once you identify the system, you can then scrutinize its components, understand its mechanics, and consciously redesign it to produce the desired excellent outcome rather than the frustrating poor one. This isn't about being cold or mechanistic, it's about being incredibly effective and intentional. By embracing the systems mindset, you elevate yourself from a reactive participant to a proactive architect. You stop being a victim of circumstance and start becoming the master of your outcomes. It's about recognizing that every single result you experience in your life, good, bad, or indifferent, is the output of a system, whether that system is consciously designed or has evolved by accident. The power, Carpenter argues, lies in the realization that you can design better systems. This initial chapter is a call to awaken, to see the intricate dance of systems that surrounds you, and to understand that this awareness is the first, most crucial step towards gaining profound control over your life and business. It's about cultivating a detachment that allows for objective analysis, transforming you from a frantic cog in the machine to the thoughtful engineer who builds and refines the machine itself. This mental shift alone can dramatically reduce stress and provide a newfound sense of clarity and purpose. Chapter 2. The two most important discoveries: control and excellence. Building upon the foundational systems mindset, Sam Carpenter then unveils what he considers his two most important discoveries: the absolute necessity of control and the unwavering pursuit of excellence. These aren't just abstract concepts, they're the two pillars upon which a successful, low-stress, and highly profitable enterprise or life is built. Let's unpack control. Carpenter defines control not as micromanagement or stifling authority, but as the ability to predictably influence outcomes. It's about ensuring that your systems operate in a consistent, reliable manner, producing the desired results every time. Imagine a skilled pilot flying an airplane. They aren't hoping the plane goes where they want, they are controlling its trajectory through a complex system of instruments and procedures. Similarly, in business, true control means your processes are so robust and well documented that consistent, positive results are the norm, not the exception. Without control, you are constantly reacting to unforeseen problems, dealing with inconsistent quality, and feeling a pervasive sense of anxiety because you don't know what crisis will erupt next. This lack of control is the root cause of most business owners and managers' stress and overwork. By gaining control over your systems, you move from chaos to calm, from guesswork to predictability, from anxiety to assurance. This leads directly to the second discovery, excellence. When your systems are under control, excellence becomes the natural, almost automatic outcome. Carpenter argues that excellence should not be a rare occurrence or a heroic effort. It should be the standard output of every well-designed system. If your sales system is controlled, you'll consistently convert leads. If your production system is controlled, you'll consistently deliver high-quality products. If your customer service system is controlled, you'll consistently delight your clients. Excellence in this context is not about perfection, but about the consistent delivery of high-quality, predictable results. It's about designing processes that inherently lead to superior outcomes. Carpenter directly challenges the notion that hard work alone guarantees success. He contends that hard work within a broken system only serves to perpetuate and exacerbate the problems. It's like trying to bail water out of a sinking ship with a teaspoon. You're working hard, but the system, the leaky hull, is still winning. True effectiveness comes from working hard on the system, designing it for control, so that the results are consistently excellent. This perspective changes your focus from individual effort to systemic improvement. It frees you from the burden of individual blame and shifts it towards collective, systematic improvement. These two discoveries, control and excellence, are intertwined. You gain control through effective systems, and that control yields consistent excellence. This chapter is a rallying cry for intentional design over accidental outcomes, promising a world where stress is replaced by strategic peace and mediocrity by unwavering quality.
Chapter 3. The Primacy of the Foundational Document, Your Business on Paper. With the systems mindset firmly in place and the goals of control and excellence defined, Sam Carpenter brings us to the most tangible and arguably the most crucial step in implementing his methodology, the creation of the foundational document. He doesn't mince words. This document is the bedrock, the operating manual, the very DNA of your business. It is, quite simply, your entire enterprise laid out clearly, precisely, and comprehensively on paper. Many businesses operate on a collection of assumptions, unwritten rules, fragmented institutional knowledge, and the ad hoc decisions of individuals. This, Carpenter warns, is a recipe for inconsistency, miscommunication, and inevitable chaos. The foundational document rectifies this by serving as the single authoritative source of truth for your entire organization. It articulates why your business exists, what it aims to achieve, and how it fundamentally operates. Think of it as the ultimate blueprint. If you were to vanish tomorrow, could a competent stranger pick up your foundational document and run your business successfully? This is the litmus test. The document is not just a mission statement or a collection of policies. It's a living, breathing guide that encompasses several critical elements. Strategic objective, the single, overarching purpose of your business. We'll delve deeper into this, but it's the ultimate target. Operating principles, the core values and behavioral guidelines that dictate how your business conducts itself, internally and externally. Organizational chart, not just names, but clearly defined roles and responsibilities, showing the flow of authority and accountability. Key systems list, an inventory of all the critical systems within your business. Examples: sales system, marketing system, production system, HR system, accounting system. Performance metrics, how you measure success and the health of each system. The act of creating this document forces an incredible amount of clarity.
It pushes you to articulate your vision, define your values, and map out your operational landscape with precision. It exposes assumptions, highlights inconsistencies, and reveals gaps in your current understanding of your own business. Carpenter stresses that this isn't a one-time exercise to be filed away. It's a living, breathing document that should be regularly reviewed, updated, and most importantly, understood and embraced by every single person in your organization. By codifying your business on paper, you achieve several vital outcomes. Alignment. Everyone understands the overarching goals and the principles guiding their actions. Consistency. Decisions and actions become predictable because they stem from a shared framework. Empowerment. Employees have a clear reference point, reducing reliance on management for every query. Scalability. The business becomes less dependent on specific individuals and more on robust systems, making growth smoother. Reduced stress. Owners and managers gain immense peace of mind knowing the business has a clear, documented structure. This chapter underscores that before you can optimize individual systems, you must first define the overarching system, your entire business, with meticulous detail. The foundational document is the ultimate expression of control, the tangible manifestation of your commitment to excellence, and the indispensable starting point for truly working the system. It's the essential step in translating the abstract idea of system into a concrete, actionable reality that guides every decision and every action. Chapter 4. The Strategic Objective and Operating Principles, Guiding Your Ship. Continuing our deep dive into the architecture of a systematized business, Chapter 4 zeroes in on two immensely powerful components of the foundational document, the strategic objective and the operating principles. These are not mere feel-good statements. They are the North Star and the unshakable bedrock that guide every decision, every action, and every system within your organization. Let's begin with the strategic objective. Carpenter insists that this must be a single, concise, and crystal-clear statement that defines the ultimate overriding purpose of your business. It's not a list of goals, nor is it a vague aspiration. It's the ultimate destination you're steering towards. It's not to make a profit and have happy customers. Instead, it might be to be the most trusted provider of your service or product in your market. The key is its singularity and its measurability, even if indirectly. Why is this so crucial? Because without a singular strategic objective, your business lacks focus. Different departments and even different individuals will inevitably pursue their own interpretation of success, leading to fractured efforts and conflicting priorities. The strategic objective acts as a filter for every decision. Does this action move us closer to our strategic objective? If not, why are we doing it? It provides clarity, aligns efforts, and empowers employees to make decisions that are consistent with the ultimate goal without needing constant managerial oversight. It's the vision that inspires and directs every single system you put in place. It's the why behind every how. Next, we have the operating principles. If the strategic objective is where you're going, the operating principles are the non-negotiable rules of the road, the ethical, behavioral, and operational guidelines that dictate how you conduct business. These are the core values in action. Carpenter emphasizes that these are not just platitudes, they must be actionable and observable. Examples of operating principles could be: always communicate with radical transparency, even when it's difficult. Prioritize the customer's long-term success over short-term gains. Embrace continuous improvement. Every process can be made better. Take full ownership and accountability for your responsibilities. Treat every team member with respect and foster a collaborative environment. These principles serve several vital functions. They define culture. They shape the internal environment and external reputation of your company. They guide behavior. They provide a framework for ethical and effective decision-making at all levels. They ensure consistency.
They guarantee that regardless of who is performing a task, it's done in a manner consistent with the company's values. They simplify hiring and firing. They provide clear criteria for who fits the organization's ethos and who does not. They resolve conflicts. They offer a neutral reference point for navigating disagreements and making tough choices. Carpenter stresses that both the strategic objective and the operating principles must be more than just words in a document. They must be constantly communicated, reinforced, and embodied by leadership. They are the living, breathing ethos that infuses every single system, procedure, and interaction within your business. Together, they create a powerful self-correcting mechanism, ensuring that your ship not only sails towards its intended destination, but does so with integrity, consistency, and a clear sense of purpose. This chapter reveals how high-level strategic thinking seamlessly integrates with the practical execution of daily operations, laying the groundwork for a truly systematic enterprise. Chapter 5. Documenting the process. The power of the procedure. After establishing the overarching framework with the foundational document, strategic objective, and operating principles, Sam Carpenter guides us into the granular yet immensely powerful work of documenting individual processes and procedures. This is where the abstract idea of systems becomes concrete, actionable instructions that transform chaos into order. Carpenter states that every repeatable task, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, should have a clearly documented procedure. Think about the sheer amount of institutional knowledge locked away in people's heads, or the variations in how tasks are performed because that's how I've always done it. This informal, undocumented approach is a breeding ground for errors, inconsistencies, wasted time, and overwhelming dependence on specific individuals. When a key employee leaves, their knowledge walks out the door with them, often causing significant disruption. Carpenter's solution is simple yet profound. Write it down. For every critical operation, from onboarding a new client to fulfilling an order, from sending an invoice to managing a social media post, there should be a step-by-step procedure. What makes a good procedure? Carpenter offers practical guidelines. Clarity and simplicity. Use plain language. Avoid jargon. Anyone, even a new hire, should be able to follow it. Step-by-step format. Break down the task into logical, sequential steps. Use numbered lists or bullet points. Specificity. Avoid ambiguity. For instance, instead of contact the client, write email client at email address with subject line order confirmation XYZ. Incorporate checkpoints or quality control. Where are the moments to verify accuracy or completeness? Identify inputs and outputs. What information or materials are needed to start the process, and what is the expected end result? Identify who is responsible. Clearly state the role responsible for each step or the entire procedure.
Chapter 6. The Weekly Meeting. Orchestrating Your Systems. With the foundational document in place and procedures being meticulously documented, Sam Carpenter introduces a critical operational rhythm, the weekly meeting. This isn't just another item on your calendar, it's the nerve center, the engine room where your systems are actively monitored, analyzed, refined, and celebrated. Carpenter emphatically states that this meeting is not for status updates on individual tasks or for endless problem solving. Its singular focus is on the health and performance of your systems. Many business meetings are notorious time wasters, unfocused, rambling, and often leading to more confusion than clarity. Carpenter's weekly meeting is a stark contrast, highly structured, disciplined, and purpose-driven. The shift in perspective is key. If a desired outcome isn't met, the question isn't who is to blame, but which system failed to produce the desired result, and what can we do to improve or fix that system? This approach removes personal blame and fosters a culture of objective analysis and continuous improvement. Carpenter outlines a specific agenda for this crucial weekly gathering. Review Key Performance Indicators, or KPIs. This is where you look at the numbers, the data points that reveal the health of your critical systems. Are your sales conversion rates where they should be? Is your customer service response time consistent? Is your production quality meeting standards? The KPIs are the vital signs of your systems. Identify system breakdowns or opportunities for improvement. Based on the KPI review, the team identifies specific systems that are underperforming or could be made more efficient. This isn't about blaming individuals for missing targets, but about examining the process that led to the outcome. Propose systemic solutions. Once a system weakness is identified, the team brainstorms and proposes specific changes or refinements to the documented procedures. This could be a small tweak to a communication step or a complete overhaul of a complex workflow. Assign ownership for system changes. Crucially, any proposed changes must have an owner, someone responsible for updating the documented procedure and overseeing its implementation. This ensures accountability for systemic improvement. The weekly meeting becomes the mechanism through which your systems are kept alive, relevant, and continuously optimized. It prevents procedures from becoming stale or ignored. It forces a regular, high-level perspective on your operations. By consistently holding this meeting, you ensure that your business is always learning, always adapting, and always moving toward greater control and excellence. It transforms your team from a group of individuals performing tasks into a collective of system architects, constantly refining the machine that drives your success. This discipline is the heartbeat of a truly systematized business, guaranteeing that the efforts put into documentation yield sustained, tangible results. It's the weekly rhythm that ensures your efforts in working the system are not a one-time event, but an ongoing, powerful practice. Chapter 7. Managing by the Numbers, Data-Driven Decisions. In the quest for ultimate control and consistent excellence, Sam Carpenter dedicates an entire chapter to the absolute necessity of managing by the numbers. This concept is straightforward, yet profoundly impactful. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And if you can't manage it, you certainly can't improve it. Carpenter insists that all critical decisions and assessments of system health must be based on objective data, not on gut feelings, anecdotes, or wishful thinking. Think of an airplane cockpit. It's filled with instruments providing precise data on altitude, speed, fuel, engine performance. No pilot would ever fly blind, relying solely on intuition. Similarly, Carpenter argues that a business owner or manager should never operate without clear, relevant data streams to inform their understanding of how their systems are performing. This chapter is about identifying and consistently tracking the key performance indicators that truly matter for each of your core systems. A KPI isn't just any number, it's a vital metric that reflects the health, efficiency, and effectiveness of a specific system. Consider these examples. Sales system. KPIs might include lead conversion rate, average deal size, sales cycle length, number of new leads generated per week. Production system. KPIs could be units produced per hour, defect rate, on-time completion percentage, material waste. Customer service system. KPIs might include average response time, customer satisfaction score or CSAT, first contact resolution rate, number of support tickets. Marketing system. KPIs could involve website traffic, conversion rates from landing pages, cost per lead, social media engagement. Carpenter emphasizes that the goal isn't to drown in data, but to identify the critical few metrics that provide the most insightful snapshot of your system's performance. These numbers tell a story, revealing patterns, highlighting bottlenecks, and signaling potential issues before they escalate into full-blown crises. The process of managing by the numbers involves defining relevant KPIs. For each system, identify the 3 to 5 most important metrics. Establishing baselines. What is the current performance level for each KPI? Setting targets. What are the desired future performance levels for each KPI? Consistent tracking. Implement a reliable method for collecting and displaying this data regularly, for example, dashboards or spreadsheets. Regular review and analysis. This is where the weekly meeting becomes crucial, analyzing trends, identifying variances, and understanding the why behind the numbers. The power of data-driven decision-making is immense. It allows you to diagnose problems accurately, pinpoint exactly where a system is failing rather than making assumptions, make informed adjustments, implement targeted changes to procedures based on evidence, not guesswork, forecast future outcomes, predict potential issues or opportunities based on current trends, measure the impact of changes, objectively assess whether system improvements are actually working, drive accountability, hold systems accountable for their output rather than individuals. By embracing managing by the numbers, you elevate your business from an art to a science. You move from reactive guesswork to proactive, intelligent optimization. It gives you an incredible sense of control, knowing you have your finger on the pulse of every critical system, empowering you to make strategic decisions that lead to consistent excellence and ultimately more and less. It's the ultimate tool for converting abstract system thinking into tangible, measurable results.
Chapter 9. Installing Your Own Systems. Practical Implementation. After immersing ourselves in the theoretical and conceptual power of the systems mindset, Sam Carpenter brings us to the crucial pivot point, installing your own systems. This chapter is the practical guide, the actionable roadmap that bridges the gap between understanding the principles and actually implementing them to transform your business and life. Carpenter understands that knowledge without action is inert, and he provides a clear, step-by-step approach to get you started. He stresses that this isn't an overnight revolution, but an evolutionary process. You don't try to systemize everything at once. That's a recipe for overwhelm and failure. Instead, it's about strategic, incremental implementation. Here's a breakdown of Carpenter's practical guidance for installation. Start with the foundational document, Revisited. This is non-negotiable. If you haven't already, dedicate the time to craft your strategic objective and operating principles. Get them clear, concise, and documented. This provides the why and the how for everything else. Without this bedrock, any subsequent systemization will lack direction. Identify high-impact, high-pain areas. Don't start with the easiest system to document. Instead, focus on the processes that are causing the most frustration, consuming the most time, or leading to the most errors. Fixing these squeaky wheels first provides immediate relief and builds momentum and belief in the system. For instance, if customer complaints about invoicing are rampant, that's where you start. Document one system at a time. Pick one of those high-impact areas and break it down. Sit with the person who performs the task and meticulously document every single step. Use the guidelines from Chapter 5. Clear, simple, step-by-step with defined inputs and outputs. Focus on clarity, not perfection. You can refine later. Test and refine. Once a procedure is documented, implement it and rigorously test it. Does it work as intended? Are there any missing steps? Are there opportunities for improvement? Gather feedback from those using the system. Remember, a system is a living thing, not a static document. Establish your weekly meeting. Once you have a few systems documented and in use, implement the weekly meeting, Chapter 6.
This is where you review the performance of your new systems, discuss feedback, make adjustments, and plan for documenting the next system. This ensures ongoing accountability and improvement. Manage by the numbers. As you implement systems, identify the relevant KPIs for each and start tracking them consistently. Chapter 7. Use this data to objectively assess the effectiveness of your new procedures. Embrace iteration and continuous improvement. Systemization is an ongoing journey. Encourage everyone to identify potential improvements. Foster a culture where proposing system enhancements is celebrated, not seen as criticism. Your systems will never be finished. They will always be evolving. Patience and persistence. Recognize that this transformation takes time and sustained effort. There will be resistance, setbacks, and moments of doubt. But by staying consistent, celebrating small wins, and reiterating the why behind the systems, you will build incredible momentum. This chapter is about empowering you to move from passive learning to active creation, giving you the practical tools to build the controlled, excellent, and ultimately more liberating business you envision. It's where theory becomes a tangible, life-changing reality.
Hello again, Vibe audiobook listeners. You asked for more, and we're here to deliver. We're revisiting Matthew Allen's Smart Thinking, Skills for Critical Understanding and Writing, peeling back more layers to reveal the profound insights hidden within its pages. If you're someone who thrives on deeper understanding, who wants to truly master the art of critical thought and eloquent expression, then you are in the right place. We're going to spend more time in each chapter, digging into the nuances and practical applications that make this book such a game changer. So once again, get comfortable, clear your mind, and let's continue our intellectual adventure. And remember, if you appreciate these deep dives, show us some love by hitting that like button, sharing with your fellow knowledge seekers, and subscribing to Vibe Audiobook. Your support helps us bring more of these valuable summaries to life. So, Chapter 1, What is Critical Thinking? Expanded. We often live our lives on autopilot, don't we? We scroll through news feeds, listen to podcasts, and engage in conversations, often absorbing information without truly scrutinizing it. Matthew Allen begins Smart Thinking by gently yet firmly shaking us out of this passive intellectual state. He argues that critical thinking isn't just a desirable trait, it's an essential survival skill in our information-saturated age. Imagine for a moment you're not just a shopper in a marketplace, but a seasoned chef sourcing ingredients. A passive shopper might grab the first apple they see, but a chef, a critical shopper, inspects it, feels its firmness, smells its aroma, checks for blemishes, perhaps even asks about its origin. They want to ensure it's the right apple for their specific dish. This meticulous approach is exactly what critical thinking demands of us when we encounter information. Allen emphasizes that critical thinking is fundamentally about active and reflective judgment. It's active because you're doing something with the information, analyzing, questioning, evaluating. It's reflective because you're consciously thinking about how you're thinking, examining your own biases and assumptions. It's a deliberate process, not an automatic reaction. Consider the difference between opinion and reasoned judgment. An opinion is often an unexamined belief, perhaps based on emotion, habit, or what we've heard others say. "I don't like modern art" is an opinion. A reasoned judgment, however, is a conclusion reached after careful consideration, weighing evidence, exploring different perspectives, and applying logical principles. I find this particular piece of modern art challenging because its abstract form does not clearly communicate an intended message, unlike classical works that often prioritize narrative clarity. That's a more critically reasoned statement, even if it still expresses a preference. This chapter also introduces the idea of intellectual virtues crucial for critical thinkers. Curiosity, a genuine desire to know and understand, to ask why and how. Open-mindedness, the willingness to consider viewpoints different from your own and to acknowledge that the possibility that your own beliefs might be mistaken. Skepticism. Healthy. Not cynicism, but a questioning attitude that demands evidence and sound reasoning before accepting claims. Intellectual humility. The recognition of the limits of one's own knowledge and understanding. It means being willing to admit, I don't know, or I was wrong. Systematicity. Approaching problems and information in an organized, step-by-step manner. Allen uses examples from everyday life, like deciphering advertisements or understanding political speeches, to illustrate how these virtues play out. He points out that critical thinking isn't reserved for academics. It's vital for making informed decisions about our health, our finances, our relationships, and our roles as citizens. By understanding what critical thinking truly is, we are better equipped to embark on the journey of developing it. It's about taking ownership of your mind and consciously shaping your understanding of the world around you.
Chapter 2. The Structure of Arguments. Expanded. If critical thinking is about making reasoned judgments, then understanding arguments is its bedrock. Without being able to deconstruct and reconstruct arguments, we're like someone trying to repair a complex engine without knowing what a piston or a spark plug is. Matthew Allen dedicates this chapter to giving us that mechanics manual for arguments. Let's refine our building analogy. An argument isn't just a building. It's a specific kind of building designed to support a weighty conclusion. The conclusion is the main statement or claim that the arguer wants you to accept. It's the destination. The premises are the reasons, evidence, or justifications offered to persuade you that the conclusion is true. They are the path to that destination. Allen introduces the idea of indicator words, linguistic signposts that help us identify premises and conclusions. Words like therefore, thus, consequently, so, and it follows that often signal a conclusion. Words like because, since, for, as, and given that typically introduce premises. Learning to spot these words can dramatically improve your ability to quickly map out the structure of an argument. Consider this example. Since the global temperature has risen consistently over the past century, and because human industrial activity releases significant greenhouse gases, it is clear that human activity is a major contributor to global warming. Premise 1. Global temperature has risen consistently over the past century. Premise 2. Human industrial activity releases significant greenhouse gases. Conclusion. Human activity is a major contributor to global warming. Now, why is this breakdown so important? Because once you've identified the premises and conclusion, you can then ask the crucial questions. Are the premises true or acceptable? Is the global temperature actually rising? Do humans actually release greenhouse gases? This requires evaluating the evidence supporting the premises, which we'll cover more in Chapter 4. Do the premises adequately support the conclusion? Even if the premises are true, do they logically lead to the conclusion? Is there a missing step? Could there be other factors at play? This is where the concept of validity and soundness comes in. An argument is valid if its conclusion must be true if all its premises are true. It's about the logical form. For example, all dogs are mammals, Fido is a dog, therefore Fido is a mammal. This argument is valid. If the premises are true, the conclusion has to be true. An argument is sound if it is both valid and all its premises are actually true. So the previous dog argument is sound if Fido truly is a dog. If Fido is actually a cat, the argument would still be valid in form, but not sound, because a premise would be false. Allen also explains that arguments can be deductive or inductive. Deductive arguments aim for certainty. If a deductive argument is valid and its premises are true, the conclusion is guaranteed to be true, like the dog example. Inductive arguments aim for probability. They move from specific observations to general conclusions. The conclusion is likely, but not guaranteed. For instance, every swan I have ever seen is white. Therefore, all swans are white. This is a strong inductive argument, but a black swan could disprove it. By understanding these structures and distinctions, you gain immense power. You can not only articulate your own thoughts with greater precision and persuasive force, but also critically dismantle and evaluate the argument presented by others, seeing beyond rhetoric to the underlying logic. It's like having an architectural blueprint for every idea presented to you.
Chapter 3. Language and Meaning Expanded. Our words are the tools we use to build bridges of understanding, but sometimes those bridges are made of shaky material. This chapter by Matthew Allen is a crucial exploration of how language, if not handled with care, can become an obstacle rather than an aid to clear thinking. Let's elaborate on the dangers of ambiguity and vagueness. Ambiguity. Imagine your friend texts you, "I'm heading to the bank." Are they going to the financial institution or the side of a river? This is semantic ambiguity. The word bank has multiple meanings. There's also syntactic ambiguity, where the sentence structure itself can be interpreted in different ways. For example, the police shot the man with the gun. Did the police use a gun to shoot the man, or did they shoot a man who possessed a gun? Punctuation and context are key here. Ambiguity is particularly dangerous in critical discussions because it can lead people to believe they agree or disagree when they are in fact discussing different things entirely. Vagueness. Think about political promises. I will work to improve the economy. What does improve mean? What metrics will be used? How much improvement? This vagueness allows the politician to claim success under various conditions and makes it difficult for voters to hold them accountable. In critical thinking, vague terms make it impossible to properly evaluate a claim because its boundaries are undefined. Allen also delves deeper into emotive language, or loaded terms. These are words chosen not for their descriptive accuracy, but for their emotional impact. Instead of a group of people protesting, someone might say a mob of radicals rioting, negative emotional load, or a courageous assembly advocating for change, positive emotional load. Describing a tax as an investment in our future versus a wealth redistribution scheme uses loaded language to frame the discussion in a particular way, appealing to different values and emotions. The insidious nature of loaded language is that it often bypasses our rational faculties, appealing directly to our feelings and prejudices. A critical thinker learns to strip away the emotional varnish and look at the bare facts or claims beneath. Beyond ambiguity, vagueness, and loaded language, Allen touches on euphemisms and doublespeak. Euphemisms replace harsh or unpleasant terms with softer ones, like passed away instead of died. While often used out of politeness, they can also be used to obscure truth. Doublespeak takes this further, deliberately obscuring, distorting, or reversing meaning. Think of collateral damage for civilian casualties or right-sizing for mass layoffs. These are designed to make the unpalatable sound acceptable or even positive. The practical application of this chapter is twofold. For your own writing and speaking, strive for clarity, precision, and neutrality. Choose words that accurately reflect your meaning and be aware of the emotional baggage your words might carry. Define your terms when necessary. For evaluating others' communication, become a linguistic detective. When you encounter strong emotional language, pause and ask, what is this person trying to achieve with these words? What are the neutral terms that could be used? Am I being swayed by rhetoric rather than reason? By mastering the subtleties of language, you not only improve your ability to communicate effectively, but also become far more resistant to manipulation and misunderstanding. You learn to appreciate the beauty of precise expression and recognize the dangers of careless or deceptive phrasing. It's about becoming a master craftsman of words, rather than just a casual user.
Chapter 4. Evidence and Reasoning Expanded. In the court of critical thought, Evidence is the lifeblood of an argument. Without robust, relevant evidence, even the most eloquent claims are just empty assertions. Matthew Allen dedicates this chapter to transforming us from passive recipients of information into astute judges of its validity and persuasive power. Let's extend our baking analogy. If arguments are cakes and premises are ingredients, then evidence is the quality and provenance of those ingredients. You wouldn't use rotten eggs or stale flour, no matter how good the recipe. Similarly, weak, unreliable, or irrelevant evidence will spoil any argument, no matter how well structured. Allen elaborates on the types of evidence and the critical questions we must ask about each. Empirical data, facts, statistics, scientific studies. This is often considered the gold standard, especially in scientific and academic contexts. Questions: how was the data collected? What was the sample size? Is it statistically significant? Who conducted the study, and do they have a bias? Has the study been replicated? What are the limitations? For example, a study claiming X causes Y might be based on a correlation, not causation, or involve a very specific group that doesn't generalize. Expert testimony, relying on the opinions of those with specialized knowledge. Questions: is the expert truly an expert in this specific field? What are their credentials? Are they biased, e.g., paid by a company they are endorsing? Do other experts in the field agree? Expert opinion is valuable, but it's not infallible and should be weighed against other evidence. Anecdotal evidence, personal experiences. My uncle smoked for 90 years and was fine, so smoking isn't that bad. Questions: while compelling on a personal level, anecdotes are often unreliable for making general claims. They are prone to bias, misremembering, and represent a sample size of one. Critical thinkers recognize that while personal stories can illustrate a point, they rarely prove it. Analogies. Drawing comparisons between two different things to suggest they are similar in some respect. Governing a country is like running a household budget. You can't spend more than you earn. Questions: are the two things truly comparable in the relevant ways? Are the similarities strong enough to justify the conclusion? The analogy between a household and a national economy often breaks down because nations have different fiscal tools and economic realities. Analogies can illuminate, but rarely prove. Historical evidence. Information from the past, often used to predict future trends or explain present conditions. Questions: how reliable are the historical sources? Are there multiple corroborating sources? What are the interpretations of these events? History is not just a collection of facts, but also interpretations, and biases can influence how historical events are presented. Beyond evaluating the type of evidence, Allen stresses the importance of assessing its sufficiency and relevance. Is there enough evidence to truly support the conclusion, or is it merely suggestive? Is the evidence actually pertinent to the claim being made, or is it a distraction? Cherry-picking evidence, where only data supporting a specific viewpoint is presented while contradictory evidence is ignored, is a common pitfall. This chapter also delves deeper into reasoning patterns, specifically the pitfalls of correlation versus causation. Just because two things happen together, correlation, doesn't mean one causes the other, causation. Ice cream sales and crime rates often rise in summer. This is a correlation, but it's not that ice cream causes crime, but rather that hot weather causes both. Misinterpreting this relationship is a frequent error in reasoning. By rigorously questioning the evidence and understanding the logical links or lack thereof between premises and conclusions, you develop a crucial intellectual muscle. You become adept at discerning what truly supports a claim and what merely masquerades as support. This skill is indispensable for informed decision-making, whether you're evaluating a scientific discovery, a political policy, or even a personal investment.
It's about building your arguments on solid ground and confidently identifying when others' arguments are built on sand.
Chapter 5. Identifying Assumptions, Expanded. Assumptions are the invisible threads that weave through every argument, belief, and decision we make. They are the unstated beliefs we take for granted, the unquestioned truths upon which our explicit thoughts often rest. Matthew Allen's chapter on identifying assumptions is like being given a special pair of glasses that allow you to see these hidden connections, transforming your understanding of how arguments truly function. Let's expand on our earlier definition. An assumption isn't necessarily a bad thing, it's simply something accepted as true without proof. We rely on countless assumptions every day to navigate the world efficiently. For example, when you press the on button on your phone, you assume it will power on, based on past experience and the general reliability of electronics. The problem arises when critical assumptions are unexamined, potentially false, or not shared by your audience. Allen helps us distinguish between two primary types of assumptions. Descriptive assumptions. These are beliefs about how the world is. They describe factual relationships. Example: an argument for banning plastic bags might implicitly assume that plastic bags are a significant contributor to environmental pollution, and that alternatives are readily available and equally convenient. If these descriptive assumptions are false, for example, if paper bags have a higher carbon footprint, the argument weakens. Prescriptive assumptions, value assumptions. These are beliefs about how the world should be, or what is good, right, or desirable. They reveal the arguer's values. Example: an argument for universal healthcare might implicitly assume that access to healthcare is a fundamental human right that society has a moral obligation to provide. Conversely, an argument against it might implicitly assume that individual responsibility and free market principles should take precedence. Neither value is inherently right or wrong, but recognizing them is crucial for understanding the argument's foundation. The power of identifying assumptions lies in its ability to deepen understanding. When you uncover an assumption, you gain insight into the underlying worldview or values of the arguer. You understand why they might connect certain premises to a particular conclusion. Evaluate validity. If a crucial assumption is false or highly debatable, the entire argument built upon it can be undermined. For instance, if someone argues, "We must implement this new policy because it will save money," they might be assuming that short-term cost savings are the only or most important criterion for policy decisions, overlooking potential long-term social or environmental costs. Prevent misunderstandings. Oftentimes, disagreements arise not from conflicting facts, but from unstated, differing assumptions. By bringing these to the surface, you can clarify the true points of contention and engage in more productive dialogue. Strengthen your own arguments. By consciously examining your own assumptions, you can ensure they are well-founded and transparent. This allows you to address potential challenges proactively and build a more robust case. A practical technique Allen suggests for identifying assumptions is the reverse test. Ask yourself, if this argument is true, what must necessarily also be true, even if unstated? Or, what would make this argument fall apart? The answer often points to a key assumption. Consider an advertisement that shows a successful, attractive person using a particular product. The implicit assumption is often that using this product will make you successful and attractive. The ad doesn't explicitly state this, but the message relies on you making that connection. By becoming adept at uncovering both descriptive and prescriptive assumptions, you elevate your critical thinking from merely analyzing what is said to understanding what is left unsaid. This skill empowers you to engage with arguments on a more fundamental level, leading to richer analysis, more effective communication, and a profound appreciation for the underlying structures of belief that shape our world. It's like finding the hidden bedrock beneath the visible landscape.
Chapter 6. Recognizing Fallacies, Expanded. Imagine you're trying to navigate a dense fog. You know there are paths and roads, but you can't clearly see them, and you might accidentally drive off a cliff. Logical fallacies are like those deceptive patches of fog in arguments. They obscure sound reasoning, making flawed arguments seem persuasive. Matthew Allen's chapter on fallacies is essentially your fog lights, helping you to spot and navigate these treacherous intellectual maneuvers. We've touched on a few common fallacies, but let's dive deeper into some more examples and their insidious nature. Fallacies are not just errors, they're often appealing errors, which is why they are so effective in debates, advertisements, and political rhetoric. Ad hominem, to the person. This fallacy diverts attention from the argument itself by attacking the character, motive, or other irrelevant aspects of the person making the argument. Example: you claim that we should invest in renewable energy, but you work for a fossil fuel company, so your opinion is biased and irrelevant. Even if the person does work for a fossil fuel company, their arguments about renewable energy might still be logically sound and factually correct. The attack on their person doesn't invalidate their claims. Straw man. This involves misrepresenting or exaggerating an opponent's argument to make it easier to attack. Instead of engaging with the actual argument, one creates a distorted, weaker version, a straw man, and then easily knocks it down. Example: my opponent wants to reduce spending on public education. Clearly, he hates children and wants an uneducated populace. The opponent might simply be arguing for more efficient spending or different allocation, not for the destruction of education. Red herring. This fallacy distracts from the original argument by introducing an irrelevant topic. It's like throwing a smelly fish to distract the hounds from the scent of the fox. During a debate on healthcare reform, a politician might say, "While we're talking about healthcare, let's not forget the national debt. We need to focus on economic growth." While the national debt is important, it's a deliberate diversion from the healthcare discussion. Slippery slope. This asserts that a relatively insignificant first event will inevitably lead to a chain of increasingly dire, often catastrophic consequences, without sufficient evidence to support the causal chain. Example: if we allow gay marriage, next people will be marrying animals, and soon society will collapse. This presents an unsupported extreme sequence of events. False dilemma. Either or. This presents only two options or outcomes when in reality there are more. It forces a choice between two extremes, ignoring any middle ground or alternative possibilities. Example: either we heavily regulate all businesses or the environment will be destroyed. This ignores the possibility of balanced regulation, technological innovation, or market-based solutions. Appeal to popularity, ad populum. This fallacy claims that something must be true or good because many people believe it or do it. Example: millions of people believe in astrology, so there must be some truth to it. The popularity of a belief does not, by itself, make it true. Appeal to emotion. This manipulates an emotional response in place of a valid or compelling argument. Example: an advertisement showing starving children to solicit donations, rather than providing concrete information on how donations are used and their impact. While evoking empathy is fine, using it to bypass rational assessment of the charity's effectiveness is fallacious. Hasty generalization. Drawing a conclusion based on a small or unrepresentative sample. Example: I met two rude people from that city, so everyone from that city is rude. Learning these fallacies is not about becoming a nitpicker or a cynic, but about becoming a more discerning and intellectually honest communicator. It's about protecting yourself from being misled and ensuring that your own arguments are built on solid ground. Allen encourages us to not only spot these in others, but, crucially, to recognize when we might inadvertently be employing them ourselves. This self-awareness is a hallmark of truly smart thinking. By consciously avoiding these common errors, we elevate the quality of our discussions and the soundness of our conclusions.
Chapter 7. Writing for Critical Thinking. Expanded. Critical thinking isn't a solitary pursuit, it's a social act. To truly engage with ideas and influence others, we must be able to articulate our critical thoughts effectively, and often that means writing. This chapter by Matthew Allen acts as a bridge, transforming internal analysis into external, persuasive communication. Think of writing as an act of hospitality. You are inviting your reader into your mind, guiding them through your reasoning process, and ultimately hoping they'll agree to stay with your conclusion. A good host makes the journey clear, comfortable, and engaging. Allen expands on the crucial elements of critical writing. Clarity of thesis. Your thesis statement is the beating heart of your critical essay. It's not just a topic, it's your specific argument or stance on that topic. It should be debatable, focused, and clearly stated, usually at the end of your introduction. For example, instead of, "This essay will discuss the effects of climate change," a critical thesis would be, "While often framed as purely an environmental issue, climate change necessitates a comprehensive economic paradigm shift, particularly concerning global supply chains, to mitigate its most severe impacts." This thesis is specific, debatable, and sets the stage for a critical argument. Logical structure and cohesion. Imagine building a complex Lego model. You don't just dump all the pieces on the floor. You follow instructions, building section by section, ensuring each part connects smoothly to the next. Critical writing demands the same structural integrity. Introduction. Not just background, but a funnel that grabs attention, provides context, and then narrows to your precise thesis. Body paragraphs. Each paragraph should have its own mini-thesis, a topic sentence, that directly supports the main thesis. It should then offer evidence, explanation, and analysis, always linking back to how that specific point strengthens your overall argument. Avoid mere description. Focus on analysis. What does this evidence mean? How does it prove your point? Transitions. These are the smooth roads between your paragraphs and ideas. Words and phrases like "furthermore," "however," "consequently," "in contrast," "similarly," and "therefore" guide the reader seamlessly through your argument, showing the logical relationships between your points. Conclusion. This isn't just a summary. It's a moment to synthesize your main points, restate your thesis in new words, showing deeper understanding, and offer a final compelling thought, implication, or call to action that resonates with the reader. Use of evidence and analysis. Allen reiterates the importance of evidence, but here it's about how you present and analyze it. Don't just drop quotes or statistics into your writing. Integrate them smoothly, explain their relevance, and explicitly connect them to your argument. Show, don't just tell, how the evidence supports your claims. For example, instead of "Study X shows Y," you'd write, "According to Study X, which surveyed 5,000 participants, Y is consistently observed, indicating that," your interpretation and connection to your thesis. Addressing counterarguments, refutation, or rebuttal. A truly sophisticated critical argument acknowledges and responds to opposing viewpoints. This isn't a sign of weakness, it's a demonstration of strength and comprehensive understanding. By anticipating objections and thoughtfully refuting them, explaining why they are flawed or less compelling than your argument, you strengthen your own position and build credibility with your reader. For example, while some argue that counterargument, this perspective overlooks flaw in counterargument and fails to account for evidence supporting your view. Precision and tone. Use precise language, avoiding jargon where simpler terms suffice. Maintain a formal, academic, but still engaging tone. Avoid overly emotional language. unless it's a rhetorical choice you consciously justify. Let your reasoning, not just your passion, do the persuading. Ultimately, writing for critical thinking is about constructing a compelling case that is clear, coherent, and convincing. It's about respecting your reader's intelligence by providing them with a logically sound journey through your thoughts. By mastering the skill, you transform your ideas from mere thoughts into powerful tools for communication and influence. It's the final, crucial step in bringing your smart thinking into the world.
Chapter 8. Developing Your Critical Thinking Skills. Expanded. We've now traversed the intellectual landscape of smart thinking, armed with the tools for analysis, evaluation, and communication. But as Matthew Allen wisely concludes, knowledge without consistent application is like owning a gym membership you never use. This final chapter isn't a grand finale, it's a launch pad for a lifetime of intellectual growth. Let's re-emphasize that critical thinking is not a fixed attribute, but a dynamic, evolving capability. It's a habit, a way of approaching the world, honed through deliberate and continuous practice. Allen offers concrete, actionable strategies for making critical thinking an integral part of your daily life. Cultivate intellectual humility and curiosity. These are foundational attitudes. Intellectual humility means being comfortable with not knowing everything and being open to changing your mind when presented with better evidence. Curiosity is the engine that drives you to seek out that evidence. Action. Make it a habit to ask why and how do you know, not just of others, but of yourself. When you hold a strong belief, ask yourself, what evidence would make me reconsider this? Practice active reading and listening, the annotation and questioning approach. Passive consumption of information is the enemy of critical thinking. Reading, don't just skim, annotate, highlight, make notes in the margins. As you read, actively ask, what is the author's main point? What evidence do they provide? Are their premises sound? What assumptions are they making? Do I see any fallacies? How does this connect to what I already know? Try to summarize each section in your own words. Listening. In conversations, meetings, or lectures, practice empathetic listening, truly trying to understand the speaker's perspective before formulating your own response. Ask clarifying questions. Paraphrase what you've heard to ensure understanding. So, if I'm understanding correctly, you're arguing that X because of Y? Engage in deliberate practice with diverse content. Don't limit your critical thinking practice to academic text. Apply these skills to everything. News articles, don't just read the headline. Who wrote it? What's the source? What's the implied bias? What evidence is provided? Are other perspectives missing? Social media posts, be particularly vigilant here. Identify emotional appeals, hasty generalizations, and ad hominem attacks. Advertisements. What are they really selling? What assumptions are they making about you? What hidden messages are they conveying? Everyday arguments. When you find yourself in a disagreement, try to identify the underlying arguments, premises, and assumptions of both sides. This can de-escalate emotional responses and lead to more productive dialogue. Seek out and engage with disconfirming evidence or perspectives. This is perhaps the hardest but most rewarding practice. We are naturally drawn to information that confirms our existing beliefs, confirmation bias. Action. Actively seek out news sources, books, or people that hold views different from your own. Try to understand their reasoning, even if you disagree. This not only challenges your biases, but also deepens your understanding of complex issues by revealing alternative interpretations and evidence. It makes you intellectually resilient. Practice metacognition, thinking about your thinking. Regularly reflect on your own thought processes. Action, after a challenging discussion or after writing an argument, ask yourself, how well did I reason? Did I consider all sides? Was I fair? What biases might have influenced my thinking? Where could I improve next time? Keep a journal of your critical reflections. Debate and discuss respectfully. Engaging in civil debate, even with those you disagree with, is an excellent way to sharpen your skills. You learn to articulate your arguments, defend your premises, and respond to challenges in real time. The key is respectful engagement, focusing on ideas rather than personal attacks. Allen's ultimate message is one of empowerment. You have the capacity to become a remarkably smart thinker, not by memorizing facts, but by mastering the process of thought. This ongoing journey will not only enhance your academic and professional life, but will also enrich your personal life, allowing you to navigate a complex world with greater clarity, confidence, and wisdom. And that, dear listeners, concludes our extended exploration of Matthew Allen's Smart Thinking, Skills for Critical Understanding and Writing. We've delved into the very heart of what it means to think critically, to build compelling arguments, to master the nuances of language, to evaluate evidence with discernment, to uncover hidden assumptions, to deftly avoid logical traps, and to express our complex thoughts with precision and power. We've also armed ourselves with practical strategies for a lifetime of intellectual growth. This book is more than just a guide. It's an invitation to elevate your mental game, to become a more engaged citizen, a more thoughtful professional, and ultimately, a more wise individual. The skills you've absorbed today are not just for passing exams, they are for navigating the real world, making informed decisions, and contributing meaningfully to the conversations that shape our future. Thank you for joining us on this deeper dive with Vibe audiobook. If this detailed summary has resonated with you, please show your appreciation by hitting the like button, sharing this episode with those who crave intellectual stimulation, and subscribing to our channel for more enriching audio experiences. Keep questioning, keep learning, and keep thinking smarter.
Welcome, Vibe audiobook listeners, to a journey of tranquility and mental clarity. Are you tired of the endless chatter in your mind? The relentless what-ifs and should-haves that steal your peace? Do you long to break free from the shackles of overthinking, to reclaim your focus, and to live fully in the present moment? If so, you've come to the right place. Today we're diving deep into Nick Trenton's transformative guide, Stop Overthinking: 23 Techniques to Relieve Stress, Stop Negative Spirals, Declutter Your Mind, and Focus on the Present. This isn't just another self-help book. It's a practical toolkit, a compass for navigating the often turbulent waters of our own minds. Imagine a life where you're not constantly battling your thoughts, where decisions come with ease, and where you can genuinely savor each moment. That's the promise held within these pages, and we're about to unlock its secrets together. So, lean back, relax, and let's embark on this empowering adventure. By the end of this summary, you'll be equipped with actionable strategies to quiet the noise, cultivate inner calm, and create a life of greater joy and presence. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook to continue your journey of personal growth and well-being. Introduction: The Overthinking Epidemic. In our fast-paced, information-saturated world, overthinking has become an epidemic. We're constantly bombarded with stimuli, expected to make countless decisions, and often pressured to achieve an elusive state of perfection. This relentless mental activity, while sometimes useful for problem-solving, often devolves into rumination, anxiety, and paralysis by analysis. Nick Trenton argues that overthinking isn't just a minor annoyance, it actively sabotages our well-being, our relationships, and our ability to take meaningful action. Think of your mind like a beautiful, well-maintained garden. When overthinking takes root, it's like weeds aggressively choking out the flowers. It saps energy, blocks sunlight, and prevents anything beautiful from flourishing. Trenton's book is essentially a gardening guide for your mind, offering tools to identify and remove those mental weeds, allowing your inner peace to bloom. He emphasizes that while self-awareness is the first step, practical techniques are crucial for sustainable change.
It's not enough to know you overthink. You need to know how to stop.
Chapter 1. Understanding the roots of overthinking. Before we can effectively combat overthinking, we need to understand where it comes from. Trenton delves into the psychological and neurological underpinnings, explaining that overthinking often stems from a combination of factors. These include a fear of failure, a need for control, past traumas, perfectionism, and even societal pressures. Our brains, designed for survival, can sometimes get stuck in what-if loops, constantly scanning for potential threats even when none exist. Imagine your brain as a highly sophisticated alarm system. Sometimes this system becomes hypersensitive, triggering alarms for even the smallest non-threatening stimuli. A simple decision, like what to eat for dinner, can suddenly feel like a life-or-death choice, activating a cascade of anxiety. Trenton helps us recognize these triggers and understand that our overthinking patterns are often learned behaviors, not inherent flaws. This understanding is incredibly empowering because it means these patterns can be unlearned and replaced with healthier ones. He stresses the importance of self-compassion here. You're not broken. Your brain is just trying to protect you, albeit sometimes in an unhelpful way. Chapter 2. The Power of Mindfulness and Present Moment Awareness. Mindfulness is a cornerstone of Trenton's approach. This chapter introduces techniques for bringing your attention back to the present moment, rather than allowing it to drift into past regrets or future anxieties. Mindfulness isn't about emptying your mind. It's about observing your thoughts without judgment, like watching clouds drift across the sky. One powerful technique is the 5-4-3-2-1 exercise. If you feel overwhelmed, identify 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. This simple grounding exercise can instantly pull your mind away from swirling thoughts and anchor it in your sensory experience. Another technique is mindful breathing, simply focusing on the sensation of your breath entering and leaving your body. These practices, Trenton explains, train your attention muscle, making it stronger and more capable of resisting the pull of overthinking. Think of it as gently guiding a stray puppy back home. You don't scold it, you simply guide it and redirect it back home. Chapter 3. Challenging Negative Thought Patterns. Overthinking often goes hand in hand with negative thought patterns like catastrophic thinking, black and white thinking, and personalization. This chapter teaches you to identify these distorted thoughts and challenge their validity. It encourages you to become a detective of your own mind, questioning the evidence for your negative assumptions. For example, if you catch yourself thinking, "I'm going to fail this presentation and everyone will laugh at me," Trenton suggests asking, "What evidence do I have that this will happen? What's the worst-case scenario, and is it truly catastrophic? What's a more balanced perspective?" He introduces the concept of cognitive restructuring, which involves reframing negative thoughts into more realistic and helpful ones. This isn't about positive thinking in a Pollyannish way. It's about accurate thinking. It's about replacing the distorted lens through which you view situations with a clear, factual one. It's like having a faulty pair of glasses that make everything look scary and then swapping them for a pair that shows reality as it is. Chapter 4. Setting Boundaries and Saying No. A significant source of overthinking can be taking on too much, constantly people-pleasing, and failing to set healthy boundaries. This chapter empowers you to protect your mental energy by learning to say no when necessary and establishing clear limits with others and yourself. Trenton emphasizes that saying no to an external request is often saying yes to your own peace and well-being. It's not selfish, it's self-preservation. He provides practical scripts and strategies for declining requests gracefully yet firmly.
Consider your mental energy as a finite resource, like money in a bank account. Every yes to something you don't truly want to do is a withdrawal, while a well-placed no is an investment in your mental capital. Learning to set boundaries also applies to your own internal critic. When your mind starts demanding endless perfection, learning to say no to that internal pressure is equally vital.
Chapter 5. Embracing Imperfection and Letting Go of Control. Perfectionism is a silent killer of peace and a huge driver of overthinking. This chapter encourages you to embrace the beauty of imperfection and to release the illusion of absolute control over every outcome. Life is inherently messy and unpredictable, and trying to control every variable is a recipe for anxiety. Trenton introduces the concept of good enough. Sometimes good enough truly is good enough. Striving for unattainable perfection only leads to endless rumination and procrastination. He likens it to trying to sculpt a flawless marble statue with a toothpick. It's an impossible task that will only leave you frustrated. Instead, focus on progress, not perfection. This also involves accepting that you can only control your efforts and reactions, not external events or other people's opinions. Releasing the need for control is like dropping a heavy burden you've been carrying for far too long. It frees up immense mental and emotional energy. Chapter 6. Action over Analysis. Breaking the Cycle of Procrastination. Overthinking often leads to analysis paralysis, where you spend so much time deliberating that you never actually take action. This chapter focuses on practical strategies for moving from thought to action, even when you don't feel 100% ready. Trenton advocates for the just start mentality. Break down large tasks into smaller, manageable steps. If you're overwhelmed by a big project, simply commit to spending 15 minutes on it. The momentum you gain from that small start can often be enough to overcome the initial resistance. He also discusses the concept of good enough action, meaning sometimes it's better to take imperfect action than to wait indefinitely for the perfect moment. Think of it like learning to swim. You can read every book about swimming, but until you get in the water and start moving, you'll never learn. Taking action, even small, imperfect action, is how we build confidence and dismantle the fortress of overthinking. Chapter 7. The Role of Physical Well-Being in Mental Calm. Our mental and physical health are inextricably linked. This chapter explores how diet, exercise, sleep, and hydration significantly impact our ability to manage stress and prevent overthinking. Neglecting our physical needs can make us more susceptible to anxiety and mental clutter. Trenton emphasizes that a healthy body supports a healthy mind. Regular physical activity, even a brisk walk, can reduce cortisol levels, the stress hormone, and release endorphins, which have mood-boosting effects. Adequate sleep is crucial for cognitive function and emotional regulation. Poor sleep can amplify negative thoughts and make it harder to concentrate. He also touches on the importance of a balanced diet, limiting stimulants like excessive caffeine, and staying hydrated. Imagine your brain as a high-performance engine. If you don't give it the right fuel, enough rest, and proper maintenance, it's going to sputter and overwork. Taking care of your body is a powerful, often overlooked strategy for stopping overthinking. Chapter 8. Decluttering Your Environment, Decluttering Your Mind. Our external environment often mirrors our internal state. This chapter highlights the connection between a cluttered physical space and a cluttered mind, offering practical tips for simplifying your surroundings to foster mental clarity. Trenton suggests that a chaotic environment can contribute to a sense of overwhelm and distractibility, making overthinking more likely. When your desk is piled high with papers, your brain is constantly processing that visual noise, adding to your mental load.
By decluttering your physical space, your home, your workspace, even your digital life, you create a calmer external environment that can translate into greater internal peace. It's like tidying up a messy room. Once everything has its place, it's easier to move around, find what you need, and simply relax. This principle extends to digital decluttering too. Unsubscribing from unnecessary emails, organizing your files, and limiting social media can free up significant mental bandwidth. Chapter 9. Harnessing the Power of Journaling. Journaling is presented as a highly effective tool for externalizing thoughts, gaining perspective, and interrupting negative thought spirals. This chapter explores various journaling techniques to help you process emotions and gain clarity. Trenton explains that writing down your thoughts, feelings, and worries can be incredibly cathartic. It's like having a conversation with yourself, allowing you to see your thoughts objectively rather than being trapped within them. He suggests different journaling styles: free-form writing to simply dump everything onto the page, gratitude journaling to shift your focus to positive aspects, or structured journaling with prompts to explore specific issues. Imagine your mind as a tangled ball of yarn. Journaling is like slowly unraveling that yarn, identifying each strand and laying it out neatly so you can see the whole picture more clearly. It helps you identify recurring patterns in your overthinking and develop strategies to address them.
Chapter 10. Limiting Information Overload. In the digital age, we're constantly inundated with information, often leading to mental fatigue and overthinking. This chapter provides strategies for curating your information intake to protect your mental space. Trenton argues that endless scrolling through social media, constantly checking news updates, and feeling the need to know everything can overwhelm our cognitive capacity. Our brains weren't designed to process this volume of data. He suggests conscious information diets, where you actively choose what information to consume and when. This might involve setting specific times for checking emails, limiting news consumption to reputable sources, or taking regular digital detoxes. Think of your mind as a sponge. If you constantly soak it in dirty water, irrelevant, anxiety-inducing information, it will become heavy and ineffective. By carefully selecting what you absorb, you keep your mental sponge clean and capable. Chapter 11. The Benefits of Solitude and Silence. In our noisy world, finding moments of solitude and silence can be incredibly powerful for reducing overthinking and fostering inner peace. This chapter encourages you to intentionally carve out time for quiet reflection. Trenton emphasizes that interrupted solitude provides an opportunity for introspection, creativity, and a much-needed break from external demands. It's not about being lonely, it's about being alone with yourself in a positive, nourishing way. Whether it's a few minutes of quiet contemplation, a silent walk in nature, or simply turning off all distractions, these moments allow your mind to reset and process thoughts without external pressure. Imagine your brain as a bustling city street. Solitude is like finding a quiet park bench where you can sit, observe, and allow the rush to subside, giving your inner self space to breathe and rejuvenate. Chapter 13. The Power of Delegation and Asking for Help. Sometimes overthinking stems from feeling overwhelmed by too many responsibilities. This chapter empowers you to lighten your mental load by learning to delegate tasks and confidently ask for help when needed. Trenton points out that we often fall into the trap of believing we have to do everything ourselves, or that asking for help is a sign of weakness. In reality, effective delegation and seeking support are signs of strength and good management of your energy. Whether it's delegating tasks at work, asking a family member for assistance with household chores, or confiding in a trusted friend, distributing the load can significantly reduce mental strain. Imagine carrying too many heavy bags. You're struggling, dropping things, and getting nowhere fast. Delegation is simply sharing the load, allowing everyone to move forward more efficiently and with less stress. Chapter 14. Time Management for the Overthinker. Poor time management can be a huge trigger for overthinking, leading to feelings of being overwhelmed and constantly behind. This chapter offers practical time management strategies specifically tailored to help overthinkers regain control. Trenton suggests techniques like the Eisenhower matrix, prioritizing tasks by urgency and importance, and the Pomodoro technique, working in focused bursts with short breaks. The key is to create structure and clarity around your tasks, reducing the mental energy spent on worrying about what to do next. When you have a clear plan, your mind is less likely to wander into anxious what-if scenarios about missed deadlines or unfinished work. Think of a well-organized kitchen. When everything has its place, cooking or managing your time becomes a much smoother, less stressful process. These tools help you allocate your mental resources more effectively, so you're directing your attention rather than having it hijacked by anxiety.
Chapter 15. Practicing Gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful antidote to negative overthinking. This chapter explores how cultivating a practice of gratitude can shift your focus from what's wrong to what's right, fostering a more positive mindset. Trenton encourages you to regularly acknowledge the good things in your life, no matter how small. This could be through a gratitude journal, a daily mental scan, or expressing thanks to others. When you actively seek out reasons to be grateful, you train your brain to notice positive aspects, effectively counteracting the negative bias that often fuels overthinking. It's like tending a garden where you consciously plant beautiful, vibrant flowers, gratitude, that eventually crowd out the weeds, negative thoughts. A grateful mind is a less anxious mind, as it naturally focuses on abundance and appreciation rather than lack and worry. Chapter 16. Connecting with Nature. Spending time in nature has profound benefits for mental well-being and can be a powerful antidote to overthinking. This chapter encourages you to regularly immerse yourself in natural environments. Trenton highlights research showing that even short periods in nature can reduce stress hormones, improve mood, and enhance cognitive function. The natural world provides a gentle yet powerful sensory experience that can ground us and pull us away from internal rumination. Whether it's a walk in a park, sitting by a lake, or simply observing a tree from your window, connecting with nature offers a vital respite. Imagine your mind as a busy computer. Nature is like pressing the reset button, allowing your system to clear cache, calm down, and reconnect with its natural rhythm, away from the artificial pressures of daily life. Chapter 17. Creative Expression as a Release. Engaging in creative activities can be a wonderful way to express bottled-up emotions, quiet the analytical mind, and foster a sense of flow. This chapter encourages you to explore various forms of creative expression. Trenton suggests that activities like painting, drawing, writing poetry, playing music, dancing, or even cooking can provide a healthy outlet for mental energy that might otherwise fuel overthinking. When you're creatively engaged, you enter a state of flow where self-consciousness fades and you become fully immersed in the present moment. This is a direct contrast to the fragmented, self-critical state of overthinking. It's like opening a valve to release pressure. Instead of letting that pressure build up and explode in anxious thoughts, creative expression provides a constructive, joyful release. It helps you process emotions without having to intellectualize them. Chapter 18. Developing a Strong Support System. We are social creatures, and having a strong support system is vital for navigating life's challenges and preventing isolation, which can often exacerbate overthinking. This chapter emphasizes the importance of nurturing healthy relationships. Trenton explains that sharing your thoughts and worries with trusted friends, family, or a therapist can provide perspective, validation, and practical advice. Sometimes simply verbalizing your concerns to someone who listens without judgment can immediately reduce their intensity. A strong support system acts like a safety net, reminding you that you're not alone and that there are people who care and can offer help. Imagine trying to solve a complex puzzle by yourself in a dark room.
A support system is like having others come in with flashlights, helping you see the pieces more clearly and offering different ways to connect them. Chapter 19. Setting Realistic Expectations. Unrealistic expectations, both of ourselves and of others, are fertile ground for overthinking and disappointment. This chapter guides you in recalibrating your expectations to be more aligned with reality. Trenton encourages you to challenge the often unspoken assumptions we carry about how things should be. This includes letting go of the idea that life should be easy, that you should always be happy, or that every outcome must be perfect. By setting more realistic and flexible expectations, you reduce the gap between aspiration and reality, thereby reducing frustration, self-criticism, and the subsequent overthinking that arises from those gaps. It's like expecting to climb Mount Everest in flip-flops. When you adjust your expectations to the reality of the climb, you can then plan appropriately and experience progress rather than constant failure. Accepting that imperfections and challenges are part of life reduces the fuel for your overthinking engine. Chapter 20. The Power of Visualization. Visualization is a potent mental tool that can be used to redirect overthinking toward more positive and productive outcomes. This chapter explores techniques for using your imagination constructively. Trenton suggests using visualization to mentally rehearse desired outcomes, calm anxious thoughts, or even imagine literally packaging up your worries and setting them aside. Instead of allowing your mind to endlessly cycle through negative scenarios, you consciously guide it to create positive and empowering mental images. For example, if you're anxious about an upcoming event, you can visualize yourself confidently and successfully navigating it. Imagine your mind as a movie projector. You have the power to choose what film is playing. Instead of rerunning a horror movie of worst-case scenarios, you can choose to project a calming and positive one, influencing your emotional state. Chapter 21. Practicing Detachment from Outcome. A major source of overthinking is often an intense attachment to specific outcomes, leading to anxiety about things beyond our control. This chapter teaches the art of detachment from outcome, focusing instead on effort and process. Trenton explains that while it's natural to have goals and desires, becoming overly fixated on a specific result can lead to immense stress when things don't go exactly as planned. Practicing detachment means putting in your best effort, making conscious choices, and then releasing the need to control the final outcome. It's about trusting the process and adapting to whatever arises. This isn't about apathy, it's about wisdom. It's understanding that you can only control your actions and reactions, not the entire universe. It's like planting a seed. You provide the soil, water, and sunlight, but you can't force it to grow in a specific way or at a specific speed. You trust the natural process. Chapter 22. Developing a Personal Stop Overthinking Toolkit. This chapter is about consolidating all the learned techniques into a personalized, go-to toolkit that you can access whenever overthinking strikes. It encourages you to identify the strategies that resonate most with you. Trenton suggests creating a mental or physical list of your top 3 to 5 most effective techniques. This could be a specific breathing exercise, a grounding technique, a positive affirmation, or a quick journaling prompt. The idea is to have these tools readily available so you don't have to overthink how to stop overthinking. Imagine your mental health as a toolbox. This chapter is about ensuring you have a few essential, well-practiced tools always within reach to fix things when they go awry. Regular practice of these chosen techniques makes them second nature, so you can deploy them instinctively when your mind starts to wander into overthinking territory. Chapter 23. Sustaining Your Progress, a Lifelong Journey. Stopping overthinking isn't a one-time fix. It's a lifelong practice. This final chapter focuses on how to sustain your progress, integrate these techniques into your daily life, and view this journey as an ongoing process of growth and self-discovery. Trenton emphasizes that setbacks are normal, and the key is not to get discouraged, but to gently redirect yourself back to your practices. He encourages building habits, celebrating small victories, and continually learning about yourself. This journey is about cultivating resilience and developing a flexible, adaptable mindset. It's about understanding that some days will be easier than others, but with consistent effort, you can significantly reduce the impact of overthinking on your life. Think of it like maintaining a healthy garden. It requires ongoing attention, weeding, and nurturing, but the rewards are bountiful and lasting. Conclusion: your path to calm. And there you have it, Vibe Audiobook listeners, a comprehensive overview of Nick Trenton's guide, Stop Overthinking. We've explored 23 practical techniques, from understanding the roots of overthinking and embracing mindfulness, to challenging negative thoughts, setting boundaries, and cultivating self-compassion. Remember, the journey to a calmer, more present mind is not about eradicating thoughts entirely, but about gaining control over them, redirecting your focus, and choosing how you engage with your inner world. You now have a robust toolkit filled with actionable strategies to relieve stress, stop negative spirals, declutter your mind, and focus on the present. The power to change your relationship with your thoughts lies within you. Start small, be patient with yourself, and celebrate every step of progress. By applying these techniques consistently, you can truly transform your mental landscape and create a life filled with greater peace, clarity, and joy. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. If you found this summary helpful, please give us a like, share it with someone who could benefit, and subscribe to our channel for more empowering content. Until next time, keep nurturing your inner calm and living fully in the beautiful present moment.
Hello, spiritual seekers and wisdom enthusiasts. Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, the place where we explore transformative ideas to enrich your life. Today, we're diving deep into a book that promises to unravel one of life's most profound mysteries, Karma, a yogi's guide to crafting your destiny, by the revered mystic Sadhguru. Have you ever wondered why certain things happen to you? Why some doors open effortlessly while others remain stubbornly shut? What if I told you that you hold the reins to your own destiny, and that the ancient concept of karma isn't about divine retribution, but rather a sophisticated mechanism of creation that you can learn to navigate and even master? In this immersive journey, Sadhguru demystifies karma, stripping away centuries of misinterpretation and presenting it as a powerful tool for self-transformation. This isn't just a philosophical treatise. It's a practical guide to understanding the very fabric of your existence and learning how to consciously weave the tapestry of your future. So settle in, close your eyes, and let the wisdom flow. By the end of this audiobook summary, you won't just understand karma. You will have a roadmap to liberating yourself from its unconscious cycles and actively crafting the destiny you truly desire. But before we embark on this enlightening adventure, I invite you to hit that like button if you're ready to embrace a new understanding of life. Share this episode with anyone who seeks deeper meaning. And of course, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you don't miss out on future